We back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are so back. Welcome to the Genesis Show. Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are currently tuned into the Genesis Show. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, it is currently 3:51 a.m. And of course, today's date is the 13th of July 2025. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. God is the greatest. America is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. Look, it is what it is. It doesn't matter if you are a Republican or a Democrat or independent. Does not matter. Conservative, liberal, progressive, it does not matter. What matters is you love the United States and you believe America is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. And you love this country and you cherish and admire and thank the people who actually died for this land. So, with that being said, a lot is going on in the United States right now. The deputy FBI director, Don Bongino, may be out of the FBI right now. That's what the news is saying. Okay, they're saying he may be probably resigning as well as Pam Bundy, but the commander in chief, the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States, is saying that they are doing a wonderful job, especially Pam Bundy. He gave a long um, truth post today on his social media, and he's really, um, you know, not backing down on the Epstein files. He's saying that we shouldn't worry about the Epstein files right now, that it was, the Democrat sort of kind of like a propaganda that came about from the Democrat Party, but it's not, it's not going away. The base, the Republican Party, the supporters, the streamers, um, content creators, even just viewers and people who just love politics and everyday Americans are not letting it slide. They keep talking about it. But like I said, I think it's not going to affect the economy. It's not going to affect the borders. It's not going to affect you from paying your mortgage bills, your food bills, your insurance, auto bill. That's what Americans care about. Affordability, okay, how they can actually live their day to day life and not have to think about what is tomorrow going to come about, like what is tomorrow going to hold. Are we going to be able to afford to eat tomorrow, or are we going to be able to afford to pay our bills tomorrow? That's what people are actually thinking about, not Epstein's files. However, it is very important because if you say you are transparent, then the list shows Americans that, or the evidence or whatever is on Epstein files shows people that it is worth um, this administration showing the American people. But if look, to me, I really don't care. That's just the facts. I do not care. That is my opinion. Everybody has their own opinions, but look, it is what it is. Welcome to the show. Be nice in the comment section. Here we go.
All right, this breaking news. Sources tell CNN that Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino has told people that he's considering resigning amid a major clash between the FBI and DOJ over the continued fallout from the release, or lack thereof, of the Jeffrey Epstein memo. Joining us right now on the phone is CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, what more are you learning?
Yeah, Fred, it remains to be seen if he actually follows through with what he has told colleagues. But what we do know is that Dan Bongino has told people he is considering resigning as the deputy director of the FBI over the fallout that has continued ever since this memo was released last Sunday. The anger inside the MAGA base has only continued to grow instead of going away, as some officials inside hoped it would. And now our colleagues, along with Christian Holmes, Tanner Rabinowitz, and Evan Perez, we're hearing that he's considering resigning after they had this heated confrontation with the Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of this earlier this week. And basically there was a meeting at the White House where the FBI Director, Kash Patel, was there, the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. They were questioned about whether they were part of a story, that there was basically some infighting over how this came out, and this memo that said we're not going to be releasing any more information related to Jeffrey Epstein. And I should note that we are told Bongino denied leaking any story to this outlet that it was reported on. But there has been a lot of fighting between Attorney General Pam Bondi specifically and the leadership over at the FBI over who's to blame in this situation. I think the context here is obviously Dan Bongino, Kash Patel. They came from this MAGA world where they themselves had pushed a lot of questions about the so-called client list that Epstein had beforehand. And now the MAGA base is just not pleased or satisfied with what they've said in this memo that came out unsigned from the Justice Department and the FBI on Sunday night. So what we are told is Dan Bongino did not show up to work today, that he is essentially not there out of protest. But whether or not he actually follows through on this still remains to be seen. We're still reporting that out. But it just speaks to the backlash that the White House is very much feeling and understanding after this memo came out, despite President Trump the other day in the cabinet room asking, who still cares about this? One thing we know is the MAGA base certainly does.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much for that. We'll check back with you as you learn more. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez is also with us. And so, Evan, is it your understanding that if Bongino were to resign, it's as a result of the infighting, including with the AG, Pam Bondi, or is it mostly over the disappointment of these Epstein files either not existing or not being released?
Well, look, I think Fred, there's a larger issue here, and I think if you look at Dan Bongino, he was a very successful podcaster. He had a very big following online, certainly very financially successful with his podcast that was a very, very strong appeal inside MAGA world. And this job really hasn't been, I think, very much fun. And if you've seen him doing some of his interviews in right-leaning media and conservative media, he has said as much. He has said that this job is taking a toll on his life, on his personal life, with his family. He's having to essentially be separated from them while he's here in Washington doing this job. It's not nearly what he's used to back in the days, obviously. He is someone who came from law enforcement. So, I think there's a bigger story here in terms of what Bongino is thinking. But I certainly think part of what Caitlin laid out just now is partly the story here, and that is that there is some daylight between top FBI officials and top Justice Department officials over the handling of this Epstein matter. You'll remember that back in February, the Attorney General Pam Bondi led this event at the White House where they brought in all these MAGA influencers, these conservative influencers on social media, and gave them, with great ceremony, these binders that were supposed to contain these Epstein files. Turns out, though, most of the files were actually out there for years. And so it was a great embarrassment, both to Bondi and to FBI officials who really didn't have much role in this. And so that's where some of this begins and where you see some of the distance. And so I'll point out one quick thing that on social media today, Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, has tried to respond to some of the pushback from Lara Loomer and some of the other, and he has basically tried to point out that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and the Justice Department leadership are all on the same page, that there is no daylight. If you look at the tweet, he says, the suggestion by anyone that there was any daylight between the FBI and DOJ leadership on this memo's composition and release is patently false. Now, he's referring to the memo that went out this week where they said there's no there, we're not releasing anything else. It's very clear, Fred, that there is daylight between the FBI and the Justice Department over the handling of this. And so we'll see how this plays out in the coming days and weeks. We don't know whether Bongino is coming back to work next week. It appears he's taken the day off. He's down in Florida somewhere. And so we don't know whether he's going to be back to work next week, but we certainly know that this is not a story that is going to go away because, as Caitlin pointed out just now, certainly MAGA world is not done with this. They want more, and they want to see more from those documents that the FBI still has.
And it is evident this is just the latest in what seems to be a litany of turmoil that we're seeing in recent days and weeks involving top leadership in this administration. All right, Evan Perez, thank you so much.
New this morning, outrage among the president's own supporters over how the Department of Justice is handling the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files. In a series of scathing posts on Twitter, longtime Trump ally, fierce supporter Laura Loomer called for the president to fire Attorney General Pam Bondi. This all happened after a memo released by the Department of Justice and the FBI this week said that accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide, confirmed that. The Attorney General also said there is no evidence that Epstein kept a, quote, client list, despite previously suggesting there would be some kind of bombshell. CNN's Elena Treen live at the White House this morning, where this just doesn't seem to be going away, Elena.
Yeah, John, and it's not just, people who are in the MAGA movement, in the president's base, and I will say there's many. It's not just Laura Loomer, but many other prominent people like Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, the list goes on, who have been really reeling from the drop of that memo that the Justice Department released on Sunday, essentially concluding, in their words, that Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide and that there's no so-called client list. But there's a lot of people as well inside the White House, the president's own officials, who are increasingly frustrated with how not just the Justice Department, but specifically Attorney General Pam Bondi has handled this. I mean, I spoke with one Trump advisor. They said that Bondi had bungled this case from the start by overpromising some of the findings that they were anticipating. Another advisor told me that this was a political nightmare, questioning why they released this at this point in time and the way in which they did it. Again, releasing this short memo and also leaking it to a certain media outlet. Look, part of these problems as well that adds to all of this is Bondi's own claim back in February when she was doing an interview with Fox News where she said she had the client list on her desk for review. Now, she was pressed on some of these questions yesterday during the president's cabinet meeting and tried to argue that she was referring to the broader case. I want you to take a listen to both that interview, but also her response.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that.
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
Now, look, we talked to a lot of different people following Bondi's answer there yesterday in that cabinet room who said that essentially they are not satisfied by that answer, particularly given so many people in the MAGA movement, so many of the president's supporters, and including even some people in his own administration had previously argued that there was so much more to this case, particularly wanting to unearth potential accomplices to Jeffrey Epstein, not totally satisfied by this. Now, the president, for his part, John, has argued that this is old news. He kind of dismissed some of the questions on this yesterday in that cabinet meeting as a desecration. And we are told that he's not acutely annoyed with Bondi herself. He was briefed on some of these findings last week by Bondi and the FBI director, Kash Patel, but still a lot of people inside the White House not exactly happy with how this all played out.
All right, Elena Treen at the White House this morning. Thank you. With us now, CNN political commentator, Republican strategist Michael Singleton, and Christine Quinn, the executive committee chair of the New York State Democratic Committee. And just to review some of the people calling for Bondi's head here, again, it's Laura Loomer, fierce supporter of the president, putting out these tweets. She needs to be fired. She has tainted the investigation. Elon Musk, one-time friend of the president, saying, how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? And then Megyn Kelly in Politico pointed this out this morning, said of Pam Bondi, her days are numbered as a member of the Trump administration. I mean, Shermichael, this isn't just one person now. It's a lot, and it's not getting quieter, it's getting louder.
It's not getting quieter, and she made a statement that many believed was accurate, which was that she was going to attempt to prosecute the individuals, whether it's Republican men, Democratic men, who were engaged with Jeffrey Epstein and doing some pretty atrocious and disgusting things against young girls and young women. I mean, what type of society doesn't rally around protecting young girls and women? I've been involved with groups in the past wanting to bring and shine a spotlight on these types of issues. And my hope would be the top cop in the nation would take this very seriously. And she really isn't. And a lot of Republicans are scratching their heads, questioning why. I think this is a bipartisan issue. I think Americans want these powerful men, whoever they are, to be brought to justice.
And the president was asked about this in this cabinet meeting yesterday. Let's listen to how he responded.
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration.
Christine, the president's wishing it away here, but it was his own supporters, right. People like J.D. Vance, not to mention the people we've all listed there, talking about the Epstein files all during the campaign. I mean, this was a thing that his people were pushing, and now he's like, nothing to see here.
Right, his people pushed it. His appointee brought it back up square in front of everyone with saying there would be prosecutions, things would be released, and now nothing. And what's a desecration is what happened to those girls and those young women, not reporters appropriately asking questions, which are not new questions, but follow-up questions to what Pam Bondi had already put out there. And when you make promises to prosecute, to release information, and you don't, then all theories come up. And it's a terrible thing that there are people saying the president might be on the list. How horrible would that be? They can put all of this to rest by putting all the information out there. And you're right, this isn't Republican or Democrat. This is a matter of justice, and that is what Pam Bondi should be focused on.
And that's why people are upset about with Pam Bondi. I mean, these conservatives, Megyn Kelly, I mean, even Tucker Carlson talking about this. Charlie Kirk had a post on X, and he said, even if Republicans were on the list, would you be okay with them being brought to justice? And overwhelmingly, the responses were yes, because people want to protect the innocence of young girls and young women, and we should all be about that.
And again, it was people within this administration promising it would be released. We'll see where this goes next.
This is supposed to be about the most transparent administration ever.
What on earth is going on? Was Pam Bondi set up by deep state FBI career officials? Is she stupid? Is she so click thirsty that she got out over her skis trying to make news, being a Fox News star?
Pam Bondi, all of it. All those videos are saying, yeah, she's seen the videos. It's all coming out. And then now it doesn't exist. I mean, what? What?
Alex Jones broadcasting from his car. Okay, so how much of a political risk is President Trump taking by dismissing the priorities of portions of the base? CNN's Aaron Blake writes, everyone has their limits. Trump's giving them reasons to be suspect about his and top administration officials' intentions. And there's been at least some evidence of a brewing backlash. Group chat is back. I have to be honest, I remember the backlash, many minutes ago over the strikes on Iran. And it feels like that's a way more significant and important issue than that. And everybody rolled.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think two things. I think we've seen President Trump, this term and last term, be like a rain jacket. Some of these things just roll off of him. But here's the reality. I think we've all been afraid to say this. President Donald Trump is a lame duck president. And so some of these things we're talking about politically will not hurt him because he is a lame duck president. What I'm concerned about what's going to happen in 2026 with the Congress, with Senate. So I think some of these things are going to be harder for the Republican Party to talk about than just President Trump.
Look, I'll be honest. There's so many weird, bizarro, Addams Family-esque stories that people go down rabbit holes when it comes to the MAGA base. I've never read a Jeffrey Epstein story. When somebody complains that Donald Trump has not told us where Elvis is really living, I'm not going to read that ever, also, because Donald Trump is right. We have Texas, and we have what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. We have
but nobody
Iran,
asked
right.
Pam Bondi to make a bunch of binders to hang, to
That's
send
fine.
to the Twitterati. It feels like a cell phone.
I think the mental health of America or Americans is much better off not paying attention to those crazy, shiny things.
Well, to be fair, President Trump has also set up his cabinet to be these sort of TV, Twitter
Right,
folks.
hire
So
professionals.
yeah, exactly.
Always-
so I think
always a good
that's
lesson.
part of that's kind of baked in.
Yeah.
I do think there are a few different stories that we're all going to look at as like litmus tests of how far can the president depart from the MAGA base or press them. I do think like a conspiracy story that President Trump's circle spent a long time fanning until he came into office, and then they had to they were the establishment and they were the government and they had to decide what information to release, is a little bit different than whether he's changing his policy on Russia v. Ukraine or on how to handle deportations of undocumented migrants who are not violent and haven't committed any crimes inside the United States. Like, I put those in two different categories. They both may be tests of the MAGA base, but one is like substantively, unless you really think there's like a triple conspiracy going on, there wasn't any there to the Epstein files, and now the sitting president's administration has to say so, as opposed to a change in U.S. posture.
We also heard one of the folks in that video talking about doing it for clicks. This whole industry is for clicks, right? So I think the question, in a way, I'm kind of asking is, if you ride this certain horse into battle, like it was to their advantage to embrace this when it ginned up interest for him in the party.
Yes.
And now it felt a little bit like he was saying, let the adults talk.
Yeah, I think historically, if you look at those people who back candidates very, very early, they're the first ones to have their hearts broken in certain sort of ways. You go back to the people who endorsed Ronald Reagan in 1976, they were the ones who said, well, wait a second, why are you talking to Russians to begin with? So this is normal in some sense. It's just because Donald Trump has brought so much abnormality to our politics that we're talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, Lord. The fact is, this whole thing started with the OG, the 45th, saying he was going to keep declassify.
Major blame game happening within.
He said he was going to declassify MLK, JFK, and they actually asked him about Epstein files, and he said he's going to look into it. But at the time, he was campaigning, so of course, it's easy to say that you're going to do something, but then when it's time, it's like, oh, shoot, how in the world do we do this? I mean, I don't know what's going on. If there's actually an Epstein's file or Epstein's list or whatever, who knows? But they showed pictures and, AG Pam Bundy said she had piles of evidence that is on her desk. And, Kash Patel and Don Bongino said they were looking into some sort of files that they had. They were looking through it, allegedly. So, I mean, who knows, man? Who knows? But this is where we are now as Americans, and nobody's talking about minimum wage, helping veterans, homeless veterans. Nobody's talking about how to make sure, single parents are doing better or bringing the lower class up to middle class. Everybody's talking about Epstein's files. But that's what it is. Everybody likes that shiny news that, it is just part of human beings and what we are attracted to. This is what we are attracted to. Oh, Epstein's list. Everybody's on Epstein's list. Like, that's going to affect the economy or the border. But it is a big fact. And if there's some sort of corruption going on, you want to know. Okay? Everybody wants to know. But don't forget, there are real life issues going on with real Americans. It's not just about Epstein's files, because since this broke out, it's been about Epstein's files. Everybody has been talking about Epstein files. Like, that's the only thing Americans should care about. We just lost hundreds of people in Texas due to flood, but no, it's Epstein files. But yeah.
The Department of Justice over the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Multiple sources tell CNN the FBI's deputy director, Dan Bongino, is considering resigning. following a tense confrontation with U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of the Epstein case. CNN's Evan Perez is here with the latest.
Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino didn't show up to work on Friday, and he's told people he is considering resigning, an indication of the internal discord that has been brewing among top officials of the Justice Department and the FBI over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Bongino and Attorney General Pam Bondi got into a heated confrontation in recent days over news media leaks that showed FBI officials disagreed with Bondi's handling of the issue. Bongino denied that he was behind the leaks. On Monday, the Justice Department released an unsigned memo that confirmed that Epstein was not murdered in prison in 2019, where he was awaiting trial for sex trafficking charges. The memo also said that there was no so-called client list and that the department would not release more documents. The reaction from Trump supporters has been angry, even though Trump himself has said he thinks the matter is closed. Prominent pro-Trump media figures, including Laura Loomer, have called for Bondi to be fired. And on Friday, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche pushed back on Loomer, saying that the FBI and justice officials worked together on that Monday memo and that there's no daylight among the officials on this issue. Blanche is right that Bongino and FBI Director Kash Patel all agreed on Monday's memo. But behind the scenes, we are told by sources that FBI and justice officials have been at odds for months about the handling of the Epstein files review. Now, the White House is standing by Bondi, and officials are hoping that Bongino cools off over the weekend and comes back to work on Monday.
Evan Perez. Thank you so much, Evan Perez. All right, I'm joined now by CNN legal analyst Michael Moore. He is a former U.S. attorney. Great to see you. Glad you could be here. All right, so my colleague Aaron Burnett spoke with former Trump White House lawyer Ty Cobb about what Bongino's path looks like going forward. Take a listen.
Bongino either has to come back from the weekend, and say, gee, sorry, I had a bad day, and, looks forward to working with, his esteemed colleagues and moving forward, or he's gone. Because Bondi's not going and Patel's not going.
So President Trump is getting a whole lot of rare backlash, in fact, from his base, and it's aimed, squarely at Pam Bondi. Do you see that potentially she were to step down or that he were to fire her?
I think that's really unlikely, and I'm glad to be with you. I think it's completely unlikely that she does anything. I think there are too many sacrificial lambs around her, and she's sort of a favorite right now, and she puts on the praise at the cabinet meeting and everything else, and I think that probably secures her position, at least in the meantime. Bongino's made no secret he's not happy in the job, and so this sort of loss of credibility and loss of face with his former listeners, I think may be enough to push him over the edge.
And Evan Perez's, sources saying that he didn't expect that this job would be this complicated. I mean, this is, deputy, director for the FBI. That's a tough and heavy load.
Look, these folks have not been like at the trough of public service for years. These are really just Trump loyalists and party people that Trump has sort of slid into position. So it's folks who clearly we've seen it in other positions here. They're just not up to the task. We see it in some of the other positions that Trump has filled, and so this may be one of those that sort of caught this guy off guard, and he's gone from sort of a mouth on a podcast now to having to actually do something about the problems that the country faces and the issues in the FBI, and he may say it's just not for me.
Outside looking in, there are a lot of people who are commenting, including a former FBI Deputy Director, Andy McCabe. He talked to CNN about this. Listen.
If you're an agent in the FBI right now, or a leader in the FBI, or anyone in the FBI, you're watching this circus take place at the absolute highest levels of the organization, and you're asking yourself, like, these are our leaders? Like, we are supposed to protect America and uphold the Constitution, and the deputy director himself might resign over some manufactured conflict about people who are angry about a conspiracy theory that didn't work out the way they liked. This thing is, it's absurd.
So he's now looking outside, but he's been on the inside, so he really understands and knows the dynamics here. So how problematic might it be, that this feud, presents something really terrible between, the FBI as well as the, Attorney General's office. Whose credibility is taking the biggest hit here?
Yeah, I mean, these really are just two folks wrestling in a mud puddle of their own making. I mean, right now they've created this problem, and they've got to deal with it. I mean, typically you count on the FBI to really be in lockstep with the Attorney General and the Department of Justice as they're under the Department of Justice. You're just not seeing that now. The problem is what they've done is so outside the norm for DOJ and for the FBI to make these kind of statements, to start talking about. And you remember when they came out of a meeting and they're waving around a notebook that talks about the Epstein files as if somehow this is a big, they've got it here, and Pam Bondi says it's on my desk, and now none of that's backed up. And so you've got people like Bongino saying, and I'm not a champion for him, I'm simply saying he's looking at it thinking, well, I had a job before. I was probably making decent money. I may not have those same listeners come back to me now because it's clear that, somebody's not telling the truth somewhere, and I'm going to be the one who they're saying is not telling the truth. And so it's a problem, but but Andy's right. I mean, it's a problem for the morale inside the organization. When you
especially for those, career public servants.
Well, I mean, look at who's been appointed to lead them.
Right.
I mean, that was sort of a circus through the confirmation process anyway. So they sort of have dealt with that, and now it's all coming back to roost, and we're seeing that these bad choices for leadership are playing out in how the FBI and the DOJ function on a day-to-day basis together.
All right, Michael Moore, we're going to have you back, talk about something else, but maybe lesson learned here is sometimes everything doesn't need to be public, especially preemptive to, when all the stuff is there.
Don't campaign on conspiracies. Right. That's really
there you go. That too. The deputy director of the FBI deciding whether he will leave his post. Dan Bongino did not show up for work on Friday, according to multiple sources. Those sources telling CNN that he has told people that he is considering stepping down amid a major clash between the FBI and the Justice Department over the Jeffrey Epstein case, and that he reportedly had a heated confrontation with the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi about her handling of the Epstein case. It all started Monday. That's when the agency denied the government was keeping files about Epstein's so-called client list secret. The DOJ also claiming that there's no evidence that Epstein was murdered while behind bars. Two conspiracy theories that much of Trump's base had obsessed about, and Bongino himself had pushed.
The questions surrounding this alleged suicide are numerous.
Yeah.
And are worth entertaining and worth getting to the bottom of quickly.
What the hell are they hiding with Jeffrey Epstein? Why do they want to make this Jeffrey Epstein story go away so bad? I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go ever. Ever.
And Bongino's boss, FBI Director Kash Patel, has also accused the DOJ of concealing crucial details about this case.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are. We have an election coming up, and we need to adjudicate this matter at the polls.
That was before he became FBI director. And then adding to the suspicion, the DOJ released surveillance video from outside Epstein's jail cell on the day that he died. At one point, that video jumps forward, cutting out 60 seconds. Bondi is claiming that it was an outdated recording system. But that explanation, as well as the Justice Department claiming there's nothing else to release, is now angering many in the MAGA world who won't take no for an answer. Here are just two of the biggest names.
Like, they're not fooling anybody, so I feel like we're at a dangerous point now.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, we were promised one thing, and we have not received that promise. So I hope that President Trump will fix this by firing Pam Bondi.
And as we know, far-right activist Laura Loomer has a direct line to Trump, and she is not letting up.
He ain't got no direct line.
For Bondi to be fired.
Man, she don't got no
Friday,
direct line.
President Trump, please listen to your base. We love you, and we are respectfully asking you to fire Pam Bondi. Well, the knives are clearly out for Bondi, who back in February was suggesting this alleged list of Epstein's powerful friends that had ties to his sordid activities would be released.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
All right, Bondi has since backtracked, and that's not going over well with Trump's top friends at the FBI, who before Trump took office had accused the Biden administration of a cover-up.
The fact is, everybody's saying fire Pam Bundy or fire whoever y'all are talking about. Who employed Pam Bundy? Who employed Pam Bundy? Who gave Pam Bundy the job in the first place? Fire Pam Bundy. You would have to fire the entire administration if you fire Pam Bundy because she's not acting by herself. Fire Pam Bundy. Like, it's, oh, man, y'all be doing way too much. Of course, this is how you divide the party. This is how you divide the people inside the party. If you guys start fighting each other right now, yo, you're going to lose so hard in 2026. Oh, my goodness. Forget about 2028 because you might probably not win that. All right, here we go. This is what Trump said. Oh, wait. Well,
Mr. President.
I need to get the Truth Social post the president made today. Come up. So this is the OG right here. He posted this today, okay? A couple of hours ago. He said, "What's going on with my boys and in some cases, gals or gals? They're going after Attorney General Pam Bundy, who is doing a fantastic job. We are one team, MAGA. I told y'all, he employed Pam Bundy. And I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it. All over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Obama, crooked Hillary, Comey, Brennan, and the losers and criminals of the Biden administration who conned the world with Russia hoax, 51 intelligence agent, the laptop from hell, and more. They created the Epstein files. Now, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th, is saying that they created the Epstein files, meaning the left, the Obamas and the Hillary and all that stuff. Okay, here we go. Just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton / Christopher Steele dossier. That they used on me, and now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. Why didn't these radical left lunatics release the Epstein files? I told y'all, if Trump was actually on it, they would have released it. So he says, if there was anything in there that could have hurt the MAGA movement, why didn't they use it? That's facts. Why did they not use it against Trump? All right. They haven't even given up on the John F. Kennedy or Martin Luther King Jr. files. No matter how much success we have had securing the border, deporting criminals, fixing the economy, energy dominance, a safe world where Iran will not have nuclear weapon, it's never enough for some people. We are about to achieve more in 6 months than any other administration has achieved in over 100 years, and we have so much more to do. We are saving our country and making America great again, which will continue to be our complete priority. The left is imploding. Kash Patel and the FBI must be focused on investigating voter fraud, political corruption. I don't know. Epstein files may be political corruption. Act Blue, the rigged and stolen election of 2020, and arresting the thugs and criminals instead of spending months after month looking at nothing but the same old radical left inspired documents on Jeffrey Epstein. He says, let Pam Bundy do her job. She's great. The 2020 election was rigged and stolen, and they tried to do the same thing in 2024. That's what she's looking into as AG and much more. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. Let's keep it that way and not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein. Somebody that nobody cares about. I don't know now. I think they care about Jepsen. Oh, I say Jepsen. Jeffrey. I think they do. Okay. Sir, they do. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Look, this is not going away, and the Republicans are making sure it's not going away. Good luck in 2026, y'all. Just good luck. That's all I'm going to tell y'all. All right, here we go.
Well, Mr. President, what an honor to be here in the White House with you. Second time around. And I think when people look at the first 6 months of this administration, you have had more success, I think, than many presidents in history throughout the term of their entire term in office. A lot of people look at what you've done, though, and they say, had you not had 4 years in between, maybe all this success would not be possible. Do you agree with that?
Well, experience is very important in life. I think talent is more important than experience, but if you can have them both, somehow it's a very good thing. But experience is very important. I think it also helped. It was very bad for the country, but it also helped to have 4 years of horror. What went before me was horror. And by comparison, I think anything looks good. And I don't want to demean what we've done, because we've done a lot of records, but what they've done to our country should never be forgiven. Allowing millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. It's such a big aspect of what we're doing now with the borders, and it could have been so easy. When I gave over the country, the border was great. Now it's better than it was, but it was much worse than it was in 2016 when I took it over. That was a border problem also. But I think when people see the horror show that we had for 4 years, an absolute horror show, they tried to kill, it was almost like they tried to kill our country. And the beautiful thing is now we have the hottest country in the world. You know, I was with the King of Saudi Arabia, the leader of Qatar, the leader of UAE, and many other leaders at NATO separately, a whole group, and every one of them virtually said, you have the hottest country in the world right now. And 6 months ago, they also said, we thought your country was dead. They actually thought it was dead, and it felt dead. We had not only no leadership, we had negative leadership. It was a regressive leadership. So I think that probably makes it look good too, but we've done a lot.
Well, you know, throughout the 4 years, while you were not here at this White House, I know that there were some very dark times, some times where people counted you out, thought that you'd never come back, yet you're here right now. So in those moments, what was it that kept you going? Why is it that you are back here in this White House now, despite so many people saying it wasn't possible?
Well, number one, I saw what was happening to the country. They were destroying our country. They were allowing people to come into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, gang members, the worst gang members in the world, make our gang members look like, you know, nice people. They were coming in at levels that nobody had ever seen before. No checking, no vetting, no anything, just come into our country and do whatever you want. And I saw what was happening, and it didn't take long. I saw that they were going to go, I built hundreds of miles of wall. There were little sections that you had to fill in just to close it in. And I saw that they weren't going to build them. And I even called in, I said, when are you going to just put those little sections? Would have taken 3 weeks. And I said, you know, they want to have open borders. And that's what it was. Open borders, no vetting. To me, that's, you know, inflation, I've already taken care of it. So many of the other things, look at energy, look at fuel, look at this, so many things we've done. But, you know, that's a big job, getting thousands, hundreds of thousands of criminals out of our country, murderers. 11,888 murderers. Many of those people have killed more than one person. Think of it. Murderers killed more than one person, more than half of them. And he let them into our country. It's not even, we love this country. It's not even believable. And I guess it wasn't him so much as people surrounding the beautiful Resolute desk. And I know them all, and they're not good. They're smart, but they're not good. They're smart in a different way, but evil intention. And he was the worst president in the history of our country because of them also, but he was the worst president in the history of our country, and nobody's done such damage to our country, and we're fixing it. And I think we're fixing it very fast.
Well, we are at the anniversary of your Butler rally, where Eric and I, along with Luke and Carolina, watched on live television as so many people across the country and really the world did when there was the assassination attempt on you. And as we come to this moment, I'm thinking back to what happened right after that. You actually called all of us on the phone. And it was amazing to me that that was what you thought to do, that you wanted us to know that you were okay. And I know that's a moment none of us will ever forget, and I'm sure for you, tenfold.
Well, it was unforgettable. I didn't know exactly what was going on. I got whacked. There's no question about that. And fortunately got down quickly. And people were screaming, and I got down quickly, fortunately, because I think they shot 8 bullets. And one got me, and one got another one, and one got another one, and one killed Corey, the firefighter, great guy. And, we had a tremendous, massive crowd. Tens of thousands of people were there. And our sniper, within less than 5 seconds, was able to get him from a long distance with one shot. If he didn't do that, you would have had an even worse situation. It was really bad. But he really did his name is David, and he did a fantastic job. It went about his business just about 4 seconds. And that's when it all stopped, and he got him perfectly from a very long distance. So we got a little bit lucky in that regard.
There was so much conversation after that, though. You had members of Congress visiting the site there, people really on top of wanting to get answers to that. But I think we still are wondering.
Yeah. So they briefed me numerous times, the FBI, the Secret Service, sort of everybody. DOJ, Pamela's doing I think she's doing a fantastic job. But they briefed me, and I'm satisfied with it. They should have had somebody in the building. That was a mistake. They should have had communications with the local police. They weren't tied in. And they should have been tied in. So there were mistakes made. And that shouldn't have happened. And that building was a prime building in terms of what they were trying to do. So, but I was satisfied in terms of the bigger plot, the larger plot. I was satisfied. And I have great confidence in these people. I know the people, and they're very talented, very capable. They had a bad day, and I think they'll admit that. They had a rough day. This is a very dangerous job, being president. I say a race car driver, 1% of 1%, think of that, die. It's not a lot. A bull rider, I think that's pretty dangerous. It's like 1/10 of 1%. Die. And with the president, it's like 5%. Why didn't you tell me this? I could have maybe made a different decision, but I wouldn't have made a different decision because we're doing so well. The country's back, and it's, as I said, everyone's saying we've got the hottest country in the world. Even doing this interview, I feel guilty because I'm supposed to right now be working.
We appreciate it.
Okay, so this is my opinion. I thought about something, okay? Everybody's talking about Epstein's files, yes. But what is the alternative? Because think about it, 2026 is almost here. Midterms is almost here. You're going to vote or you're not going to vote. It's the only choice you have. You have two choices: vote or not vote. So you can sit down and say, well, Trump, look, I don't know what he's doing. I don't like him anymore. And then you'll vote for Democrat. Or you could take this with a grain of salt and say, nobody's perfect. Okay? No one is perfect. I don't expect Trump to be perfect. I'm not voting for, I did not vote for a priest. Okay? Trump is not a priest. He's a politician at this point. Okay? Is the president of the United States, the leader of the free world. You think everybody's playing by the rules? Think China is playing by the rules? Russia is playing by the rules? Nobody's playing by the rules. So I do not expect Trump to be playing by the rules. And look, of course, I want the evidence on the Epstein's file. However, he's doing so many great work right now. He's secured the border. The economy is coming back, bringing back jobs, saving the United States. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, school choice, lowering taxes for every single Americans. Now you could buy a car and you could deduct that interest on your taxes. It's like there's so many things he's doing that has never happened before. But like I said, human beings, we human beings, we will see something good going and then we're going to mess it up. We like messing good things up. Republicans, you may lose the midterms election because of this division you guys are promoting right here. I'm telling y'all. And then you're going to say, well, but this is your choice that you're making right here. All right.
Welcome back to My View and our exclusive interview with President Donald J. Trump, who this week has taken decisive action to restore fair trade and position American businesses for success. Plus, with the big, beautiful bill now signed into law, it's clear America's potential is stronger than ever.
We're really busy, and doing a great job. We have other countries wanting to do business with us so badly. They never appreciated it. Now they do. You know, they took advantage of our country on trade, on the military, on NATO. You saw I solved the NATO problem last week, and we had every country is now paying substantially more money, like from 2% to 5%, and they weren't paying the 2, but they're paying the 5, and it's over $1 trillion a year. And we have a big voice in NATO now. We had really not much of a voice. With Biden, you had no voice at all. He didn't know where he was. And so we're doing well. The trade thing is going to be very big. And we're sending out letters as we speak. They literally just started going out. And I signed the letters. And it's basically telling countries that we are going to give you the privilege to shop and work in our country. And I think it's very good. And in some cases, we'll make deals. You know, we'll make a direct deal as opposed to a letter. And we've already made some of them with various countries. But it's a tremendous amount of money to this country. It's really incredible. The potential of this country is incredible. It's been run very foolishly. It's been run stupidly, so stupidly. And some of the countries are very upset now because they've been taking advantage of us for 30, 40 years. And I had it stopped. I was stopping in the process, and then we had the COVID in the last part of my administration. But we had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And this is going to be better, I predict. This is going to be better. The money coming in, the tariffs coming in, and hundreds of billions of dollars are coming in. They're pouring in.
Well, you know, you talk about all the money coming into the country, how big, you know, the tariffs will be and leveling the playing field. You asked to have the one big, beautiful bill on your desk to sign on July 4th. You got it on America's birthday. The question I think a lot of people have is when will they actually start to see the positive impact from the one big, beautiful bill in their lives? The tax cuts, all of the big things that we could see from that.
They're already seeing them, and we are getting investment because of that bill. We're having investment made in this country that nobody's ever believed. We're up to close to $15 trillion. Other administrations they wouldn't do that in 4 years. $15 trillion, and we did it in, I mean, that was a number from a couple of months ago, and now it's substantially higher than that. We're having car companies come in and build their plants here, which they wouldn't have even thought about. They would have never done it. We have AI, which is the big hot thing, and they're spending trillions of dollars in this country. They wouldn't have done that without what we just did last week. And, you know, I tell Republicans, you have to speak positively about it. Like when I have a chance with you and your show is doing so well, your ratings are so good, what's going on?
Better after this.
Congratulations. It's really a great success. So I say to people, Republicans or anybody, explain the bill because it's so big and so good. Because the Democrats, they only do one thing good, and that's complain. And they say it's going to cause death and this and that. They don't mean it's a soundbite. Somebody gave them a soundbite. It's going to cause death. Not going to cause death. It's going to keep people alive, and it's going to make our country successful and really successful. So I always say you have to explain because they have soundbites like Russia was a soundbite. They make up a soundbite and they send it to the fake news and they send it all over the place. So we have to fight back and we have to live by our wits. And it's unbelievable. It's the most incredible bill, one of the most incredible bills ever passed, and it's the biggest. It's the biggest bill of its kind ever passed, and we have to talk about it. When you think about no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, a big tax cut in addition to that, plus we're saving the tax cut that we made years ago, which is big. It expired in another couple of months. It would have expired. They would have had a 68% tax increase, and now they have a tax cut. And you have to explain that to people because, you know, the public, they're driving a cab, they're working as a lawyer, accountant, or a teacher, or doing any one of a million different things. They're not into it like we are. You have to explain it so every chance you get. Because what they do is they set a phony, you know, they're fake. The Democrats are fake. They're part of the fake news. And the fake news will take it and they'll go with it. Because I have learned so much about the news. I so admire honest reporting. There's not that much of it, though. We really don't have that much. And I think to make America great again, you need we have to get a bigger percentage than we have. And nobody understands why. Why would somebody make up stories to make Biden look good when the man was grossly incompetent? What good does it do? I mean, other than lose credibility. You know, they're down at the lowest number for credibility that they've ever had. They're way below Congress, which is very interesting. And I think Congress came a long way recently because we have people like Mike Johnson. He's been incredible. John Thune's been incredible. All of the people under them in, you know, the Senate and the House. I've gotten to know them really well and maybe better than ever because of this. This was almost an impossible thing to get approved because, remember, you didn't have one Democrat vote, even though these are the biggest tax cuts in history, even though all of the things, it's going to bring jobs, it's going to bring everything. We didn't have one Democrat vote because they said don't vote. And the one thing they do well is they stay together. You're reading stories now that a lot of them wanted to vote for it, but they couldn't. They couldn't do it. I read one this morning about a certain Democrat from a certain location in New York who wanted to vote so badly for it. He said, this is going to kill our career if we don't vote. And he really didn't vote because they really do control that. It's pretty incredible. And they stick together. I admire that, the stick-to-itiveness, but at the same time, I would say there's got to be something where when you're doing something good for the country. So we had to get because we have the majority by just a little bit, we had to get every single vote. And I guess it was 218-2. Think of that, 218-2. You just don't do that. It's almost impossible, and we got it done. And the reason we got it done because it's so good. And remember this, the Democrats wanted to vote for it, most of them, many of them, because it's all good stuff. I mean, it's all lower taxes and incentives and this, that, so many good things. Great on energy, stopping the EV mandate, which, you know, hurts Elon, and it's too bad, but I told him long before he endorsed me, I said, you'll never be with me because I'm going to stop the mandate, because the mandate said everybody has to have an electric car within a few years. And I said, that's not going to happen because not everybody wants an electric car. He said, you know what, as long as I'm on the same footing as everybody else. I thought it was a great statement, but it turned out not to be so because he was very upset about it.
But you got it done.
So much already accomplished and so much more to come. But how will his...
Man, sometimes like I'm always preparing my mind. Like I'm going on stream. G. G, you're going on stream. Yeah, she works out. This lady works out. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Look at her arms. She works out. She's definitely fit. Whoa. She definitely works out. That caught me by surprise. I was caught by surprise when I saw how fit she looks. Anyway, look. Turning Point happened like 2 days ago, and we're going to check out Tom Homan over at Turning Point. Uh-oh.
All right. That's, so I feel kind of bad because you just heard some great preaching. And look, I'm a badass. I say bad things. So look, let me just start out by saying this. Sometimes I use a bad word, sometimes I'm harsh. But if I offend anybody here tonight, I don't give a shit. Okay. So look, this is the second time I came out of retirement for President Trump, who happens to be the greatest president in my lifetime. So I was the first guy the president called, and I remember after the election, I'm out to dinner with my wife, and the phone's sitting on the table, and all of a sudden it rings and says, POTUS. My wife says, shit. She goes, he's going to ask you to come back. So I walked outside, and first thing out of his mouth was, Tom, you've been bitching about it for 4 years. You want to come back and fix it? He says, you're damn right. Let's go. So look, Joe Biden took the most secure border of my lifetime under Trump 45 and unsecured it on purpose. The first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured a border on purpose. It wasn't an accident, it wasn't mismanagement. So where are we at today? Tonight, as I'm talking to you, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation. In the history. Illegal immigration down 96%. That means 96% less people are coming. With 96% less people coming, how many women aren't being raped by the cartels? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting to the country to kill Americans? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked, unlike the last administration? President,
I'm just going to say this before we keep going. If the elections for the 2024 presidential race was actually next week and this debacle of Epstein files happened, guess who I would vote for between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? With all of this going on concerning the Epstein files, guess who I would vote for? Donald Trump. Because I ain't voting for no Kamala Harris. Yeah, you heard me. Yeah. I said it. Okay, I said it. I would still vote for Donald J. Trump. Because I don't expect him to be 100% on point. Okay? Because you are not 100% on point. Why do I expect the president of the United States to be 100% on point? He's going to mess up. Okay? Just like what is going on right now. This is a total BS mess up for me. I know. But does this list affect the economy? Does it affect the border? Does it affect foreign policies? Now, children were allegedly, doing explicit stuff, according to Pam Bundy. Nobody has seen it. We've only heard what Pam Bundy said. Nobody has actually seen what happened. So we are all just speculating on what actually happened, but nobody knows what happened. So, look, say what you want to say, but if the elections were next week for the presidential race, I would still vote for Donald Trump. Because what is the alternative? Kamala Harris? I don't think so.
Trump's policies are saving lives every day. And look, I wake up like a kid in a candy shop every day because I'm working for this guy. And you know what? Every day is an adventure because I knew he's going to let us.
See, ain't even letting me rate this chat. Somebody said, you look Asian. Somebody said, this channel erased the truth. You're not a truth seeker, boy. You're right. I'm not a truth seeker. Find somebody else if you're searching for the truth. All right, what else? That's the thing. Like, you guys think you could come here and say, well, you're not. Who do you think you're watching? Jesus? I'm not Jesus, bro.
Do what we do to not only secure the border, but remove millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden led in this country. On top of the success we already had, the last administration, 500,000 children were trafficked into this country. The last administration lost track of 300,000. Trump's already found thousands of these children. Some of the children were with family members, but some of the children were in sex trafficking and forced labor. Matter of fact, one person we found, one male, had custody of over 20 migrant children, many females. And this administration allowed that to happen. President Trump and myself are not going to be satisfied till we find every single child and save them. The last administration simply didn't give a shit. They didn't. And it's just terrible. I don't care what side of politics you're on. When you got a child trafficked in this country for forced labor and sex trafficking, all hands should have been on deck. Under President Trump, all hands are on deck. And look, I always get asked the question, why did they open the border up? Why did they do that? Why did they release people? Let me tell you the secret. They played the long game. Let millions of people cross the border, and let's release them. Let's put them in a hotel room at $500 a night. Give them 3 meals a day. Give them free medical care and give them work authorization. That brought the whole world to the greatest nation on earth. We left thousands of empty ICE beds at $127 a night, empty. Thousands of them. They released them to NGOs at $500 a night. Why did they do that? Because they knew if they're in ICE detention, they get a hearing within 40 days, 90% lose their case, they get sent home. That is not what they wanted. They're playing the long game. Let's release them in the community. Wait 3 or 5 years. Pardon me?
Are you an MS-13 member? It says so.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. I got a question. No. I got a question for you. Why don't you come up here and hand me that picture? Bring it. USA! USA!
What in the world is going on right now?
All right. You got morons like this all over the country. This guy wouldn't know us like the surface nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE officer. He hasn't got the balls to be a Border Patrol agent. This guy lives in his mother's basement. The only thing that surprises me, you don't have purple hair and a nose ring. Get out of here, you loser. And you're such a badass, meet me off stage in 13 minutes and 50 seconds. I guarantee you he sits down to pee. Guaranteed. So, sanctuary cities, let me talk about sanctuary cities real quick. Sanctuary cities are pushing back against the Trump agenda. Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. So sanctuary cities from day one, Chicago says Tom Home is not welcome in Chicago. I was in Chicago within 24 hours. I've been to New York City. I've been to Denver. And for those folks from Seattle and Portland, I'm on my way to Seattle and Portland. Assholes like this guy think they're going to vilify men and women of ICE, that they're going to intimidate or scare us. I'm not going anywhere, either as the men and women of ICE. We're going to do the job that President Trump gave us to do. And let's talk about the hate. I've never before seen in my career such hate against the men and women of ICE and the Border Patrol. That gentleman just standing here, he ain't got the balls to put a badge on and go stand there and take the criminals on. The men and women of ICE have a dangerous job already. I was one of them. I was the first director of ICE that actually came up to the ranks. The 20,000 men and women that worked for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself because I was one of them. I wore the green uniform. I was a Border Patrol agent. I know what it's like to stand on a dirt trail at 3 o'clock in the morning. A sensor goes off. What's coming north? They don't know. Is it just an illegal alien looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to stand there and take it on. These are the bravest men and women this nation has. I'm actually kind of happy right now. When I pulled into the event tonight, there was no protesters. I love protesters. I love them. That means your message is getting out. My detail will tell you, if protesters don't show up, I'm extremely disappointed. But the hate is incredible. It's just moved from protesting, which I support. You want to protest ICE? Shame on you, but have that. That's your First Amendment rights. You want to disagree with Trump policies? Okay, you have the right to disagree. But I said from day one, if you cross that line and put hands on an ICE officer, you're going to jail. You impede an ICE officer or a Border Patrol agent, you're going to jail. You put hands on them, you're going to jail. You harbor and conceal an illegal alien, you're going to jail. I don't give a shit who you are. But the danger facing ICE and Border Patrol right now, I've never seen it before in my career, and I've been doing this since 1984. Throwing Molotov cocktails at officers. The other day they tried to ambush officers in Alvarado. Almost a dozen people, many with automatic weapons. Trying to kill an ICE officer for what? For enforcing the laws of this country? You got members of Congress comparing ICE to Nazis and racists. You got Tim Walz, another loser, who compares them to the Gestapo. And understand this, these members of Congress that are vilifying them, the ICE officers are simply enforcing the law that they wrote, that they enacted. If ICE officers are racist for enforcing the law, what's that make members of Congress? They wrote the damn law. So we're going to prosecute every person that crossed that line. Last night, I was sitting on my couch, actually had a few hours off. I got a tough boss, he don't give me a day off. Last night I'm sitting on the couch, my phone rings, POTUS. He's watching TV and he saw the stones being thrown at ICE vehicles while they're departing an operation. He said, Tom, I'm sick and tired of this. We need to take action. I said, I'm with you. So he sent a tweet out last night. ICE officers will use whatever means necessary to arrest every one of those people that throw a rock. The games are over. I'm tired of this shit. And for those people that want to protest ICE, I feel bad. I just had someone preaching and I'm up here, whatever. If these protesters, these people with purple hair with a nose ring live in their parents' basement who don't work and want to go protest sites that are getting paid by people, if they think they're going to stop ICE or stop Border Patrol from doing their job, they got another thing coming. Because every time they double down, we're going to triple down.
Uh-oh.
I had 1,000 protesters at my house about a month ago. Good for them. I wasn't even there. My wife's in Italy, so what the hell are they doing? They said they weren't very smart. But they don't understand. We're on a mission to make this country safe again. Every public safety threat, every national security threat we take off the streets of this country makes this country safer. And for those people who say, well, this mass deportation operation, what a racist and un-American thing to say. No, 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 no. We just spent 4 years of massive illegal migration where 10.5 million illegal aliens came to this nation, to our borders. They're demanding due process. They're demanding the right to claim asylum. They demand the right to see a judge. Okay, but at the end of that process, he says you're going home, you're going home. Because that's due process. We don't have a choice. What's the choice? Let them stay? Is that the choice? Because if you don't show consequences, you're never going to fix the problem, and the next president comes in and undoes all the success we're doing. Bottom line is, we're going to enforce the law, unlike the last administration. We're going to hold people accountable. We will continue to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats, because they're the most important, they're the most dangerous to the community. But I'll say it again, if you're in the country illegally, you're on the table. It's not okay to enter this country illegally, it's a crime. It's not okay to ignore a judge's order of deportation, we're looking for you. We got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal records walking the streets of this nation. We got 1.4 million illegal aliens who had due process at great taxpayer expense, were ordered removed and never left. They became a fugitive, and we're looking for you too. We're going to run this operation because President Trump was elected for this issue. Let's talk about President Trump for a moment. I say this all the time, media goes nuts. President Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime. Under his leadership, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation, and we did that in 7 weeks. President Trump did in 7 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years. President Trump, I was at the RNC, I made a statement at the RNC, said I think President Trump's going to designate the criminal cartels in Mexico as terrorist organizations. And you know what? He damn well did it. They are now designated terrorist organizations. And President Trump will wipe these cartels off the face of the earth. On a personal note, the biggest hero of my life was my father, war hero from WW2. Well, I spent hundreds of hours I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours with President Trump, either in the Oval Office on Air Force One or outside events. I love this guy. I respect this man. He loves this country like I've never seen anybody love it before. He wants an American flag on every front porch. He wants the laws enforced. He wants law enforcement to be respected again. To me, that makes him one of the greatest presidents ever. He brought me on the second time. My wife's still pissed off. I came out of retirement the second time. Absolutely, she was pissed off a little bit, but she got over it. Because she understood what Biden did to this border. 10.5 million illegal aliens to this border. A record number of terrorist watch lists, over 400. Over 400 people, terrorist watch lists were called the southern border under 4 years of Biden. Under Trump 45, we had 14. Biden had 400. How many we had since January 20th of this year? 0. How many releases that we had? 0. Let me give you the comparison here. So yesterday I was looking at the numbers, and under Joe Biden, on an average day, 1,800 gotaways that we knew about. 1,800 people cross the border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, or why they're here. 1,800 a day. You know how many there was yesterday? 11. 11 from 1,800. How many people crossed the southern border yesterday? It was 15,000 under Biden some days. Yesterday, 9 were arrested at the border and immediately returned. 9. Sex trafficking has plummeted because the border is secure. Fentanyl overdose deaths have plummeted in this country because we have a secure border. We have already arrested thousands of national security threats and deported them from this country. And the men and women of ICE have already arrested and deported 150,000 illegal aliens, most of them in conviction. And I'll say this: I get a lot of mail. Say, Holman, that's not enough. We want more arrested. We want more deported. Well, let me tell you this: we got the big, beautiful bill. You think we're doing good now? Just wait to see what happens. And for the haters, let me leave, I got 1 minute left. Let me leave a little message for the protesters, the haters, the criminals, the ones that want to threaten ICE officers, threaten their wives, threaten their children. They're doxing not only the officers, they're doxing their spouse, they're doxing their children. They're being bullied in churches and schools throughout the nation. I get death threats all the time. You know what? I'm sick of the assholes. You want some? Come get some. And I'm tired of it. Tired of it. For the men and women of ICE, I deserve your respect. They're the finest 1% the country has. And Tom Homan isn't going anywhere. Tom Homan isn't shutting up. Tom Homan going to run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. Take it to the bank.
Take it to the bank, baby. Take that to the bank. Here we go. Ooh-wee. All right. You are interested in Epstein file. She's going to give you the sauce.
Love you.
Megyn Kelly.
So, Megyn, you're here on a slow news day. Nothing's going on. Has anyone been on X in the past hour? They're happy. That's why you know they haven't been on social media. We'll update you. Why don't you update them, Megyn? Well, this is the first big scandal, I'd say, of the Trump administration that's on Team Rational. It's not a fake media scandal like the left tries to create for President Trump every other day. It's one of the right's own making, and it's not going well. And it has to do with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Let me just ask you, make some noise if you care about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Raise your hand if it matters a lot to you. Raise your hand. So every hand of 7,000 people. Everybody cares. I think a lot. I said a lot. Every hand.
Here's what I think is happening. I don't think President Trump is focused on this. He's focused on a lot of other things which are going great, and he needs to be focused on those other things. Jeffrey Epstein's not the most important thing on his agenda by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, he's crushing it on the tariffs, foreign policy, just got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. If not Trump, then who? Honestly. Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize after 9 months in office. He had done nothing. He gave a nice speech about Muslims and they gave it to him. So President Trump should be getting the Nobel Peace Prize, and there's all sorts of things he's focused on. I just don't think this has captured his attention quite yet. But it needs to, because it's starting to create a real hornet's nest within the administration. And I've got to be honest, I blame Pam Bondi. I'll tell you why, okay? I have nothing, yes, incompetence, yes. I have nothing against Pam Bondi as a human being. I was fine with her nomination and her confirmation, and she's been loyal to the president, and I get that President Trump needs a loyal attorney general. Look what happened with Sessions the first time. He went away, and then the next thing you know, we had the Mueller investigation, and it was a nightmare. But there are a lot of other people who can be loyal and competent in that job. Here, she is the reason that things are unraveling around this story right now that virtually all of the Republican Party cares deeply about. It's also true that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel had questions about Epstein before they took office, okay, before they went into the FBI. But once they joined the FBI, they said nothing. They've kept their mouths shut about Epstein. You have not seen them, except for one joint appearance with Dan and Kash on Fox, running all over the media looking for attention on this, yes, clickbaity story. Who have you seen? Pam Bondi. She has never missed an opportunity to go on television and dangle sweet nothings that might be coming your way. Try to lead you to believe that she's got it, it's on her desk, it's coming tomorrow, you're gonna see something on Epstein. And it was a tease. So you either believe that Pam Bondi was telling the truth then, or that she's telling the truth now, but both cannot be true. She was either lying when she went on Fox News all those times saying, I've got it, we're looking at it, wait until you see it, it's horrible. Or she's lying in her 2-page memo that they released on a Sunday night at the tail end of a holiday weekend to Axios, as if Axios is where we all go for our news. Hell no. She went to someone she knew would not kick the tires on the story, and without signing the memo, dropped it in the dead of night and said, that's it, take the crumbs and be happy. Refused to come out and give a presser, come out and give a press conference, stand there for 6 hours to the point where people are dying of boredom. They've asked all their questions. That's how you put a scandal to rest. But she wouldn't even sign her name to it. And I'm telling you, I have dollars to donuts. It's going to come out that there was internal consternation over that memo and whose name did and did not go on it and who was and was not behind it. And so now you have a situation where her words on the record on Fox News are diametrically opposed to what she put in this memo. She's embarrassed the president. She's embarrassed herself. And Dan and Kash, to the extent they've had to sign off on that, let's understand the FBI is controlled by the DOJ. FBI is subservient to DOJ. She's their boss. That they're in this position where the only comments they've made on the record as administration officials have been, we don't think he killed himself, and we don't think he got murdered. We think he did kill himself. We've looked at the tapes, and Kash to Joe Rogan saying, if I saw all these tapes of Jeffrey Epstein with little girls, trust me, I would show you, but I haven't seen it. Okay, so what they're saying now is consistent with what they've said since they joined the office, and that is one of the many reasons why this scandal is squarely on her, and I'm telling you, I'm of the cable news universe. I've seen it happen a million times. People get thirsty. They love to see themselves on television. They love to see their names in the Klieg lights. They love the attention. They love the little emails and texts and tweets and thumbs up they get after their appearance, and they can feel their star rising. And listen, internally, I'm told there's a bit of like a power struggle between Pam Bondi and another female administration official on who's going to be the top dog. You know, we've got a great bench behind President Trump. We've got JD. We've got Marco. You know, we've got Hegseth. We've got a lot of people who could potentially be next up. But there are some women who've got their eye on that role too. And I've been
maybe
told
one of them
she's
speaking at this event.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
I'm too happy a person.
No, I know. I was talking about someone tomorrow, so that might be speaking at this
Oh,
event.
yeah.
But,
Okay.
but Megyn, you make a very astute point, and let me add to it, which is that she also brought in some of our best influencers people that I care about deeply. Jack Posobiec, who's incredible. Libs of TikTok, Chaya, DC Drano.
Yeah.
And she gave them these binders, and she humiliated them.
Yeah.
And you guys know what I'm talking about? Where she like did this stuff with the binders?
This?
And
Yes.
you guys were upset, but you shouldn't be upset, the influencers. They were handed these binders like there was something incredible in them.
It is what you would do to an enemy. It would have been a brilliant operation had she loathed them and been looking to undermine them. The trick would have been perfect had this been Joe Biden's White House doing this to some of President Trump's most loyal supporters and media advocates. What happened was they invited all of them there to say hi to the vice president, to say hi to the president. Sure, they all went, of course. Who wouldn't go? To the White House to say hello to Trump? They didn't expect anything on Epstein. So they went, they said hello, and before they knew it, they were pulled into a room with Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, and she had made the binders. She bragged about making the cover sheet that read Epstein Files, Phase 1, and she handed them out. And what Liz Wheeler, who was there, told me was that she told them, there's not that much in here, but like another trove is coming. I'm gonna get it from the FBI, but like, here's Phase 1. Flash forward 14 hours earlier to when she was on with Jesse Waters on Fox News saying, oh, you're going to see some Epstein documents tomorrow. She knew they were bullshit. She knew that there was nothing in there. She told the influencers when she gave it to them, there's really nothing in here. I'm going to try to get you more. And in the meantime, then they funneled them out the back of the White House where all the press corps was. And the influencers are standing there with these binders. They didn't even know they were there for Epstein, and they looked foolish through no fault of their own. The only fault was they trusted her.
And these are some of our best people that we should have their back. Liz Wheeler's amazing, Jack Posobiec.
Yes.
And they got...
She dinged their credibility for no reason.
100%. And did they ever get an apology for that?
No, and the only way of making it up, trust me, as somebody in the media who relies on sources, the only way she could have made up for this enormous error, and truly to this day, if you believe she knew there was nothing in there, then I don't know why she did it. She just did it to make them look like fools for fun of it. But the only way she could have made up for it was to give them a scoop. That's the only way of fixing it. When you have the scoop, when you do get the second tranche, you've got to leak something to them. You've got to let them break something. She never did, but she continued to tout that she had something. She was going to get that FBI file. Then she got caught by James O'Keefe on hidden camera saying she had tens of thousands of videos of Epstein and little children. It was like, what? Well, we never heard that. We heard he was into the barely legal type, the like 18-year-olds who look 14, but we didn't hear about children. And then because she was caught once again shooting off her mouth inappropriately, attorneys general of the United States normally say nothing. They say nothing.
Merrick Garland had one press conference a year.
Yes, nothing. Bill Barr, you couldn't get him to speak or say anything. Even Eric Holder was less chatty than this. So she got caught on camera, and she decided to cover up the James O'Keefe slip by then running to a real camera and being like, there are tens of thousands of videos of the children, and I'm announcing it all. So once again, she didn't give that to the influencers. And then she slides it into this memo.
So I have a dumb question. Maybe it's not dumb. So it's so she had doubled down on the videos. Is that correct, Megan?
Yes, now she's tripled down.
Epstein was not the perp in every one of those videos.
So because they've been so ambiguous,
no, but
we're
let's
not
just
sure.
think about this. Unless we're led to believe that Epstein himself personally raped all these kids, children, or whatever, then isn't the statute of limitations on child rape like basically infinite?
Well,
so then why are we not indicting the people that were doing the raping that we have on video? Like, what's that all about?
Yeah.
No, you know this better than I do. So Epstein's dead. He's met his hopefully eternal fire where he deserves in the pit of hell. But if it's true, the Attorney General of the United States said, just remind me, we have thousands of videos.
She said that we've got thousands of videos showing child pornography.
And she doubled down on that. So
tripled.
So you have to infer Jeffrey Epstein was not the only person involved in that.
Well, no, let me tell you what I've gleaned, but since she's been so ambiguous, take it with a grain of salt, okay? She won't have a presser. She won't give an interview. She won't answer any hard questions. All we get is the unsigned paper memo, 2 pages to Axios, who won't ask any questions. So what I think she's saying is that she's found, allegedly, tens of thousands of screen grabs of child pornography. They call it child sexual abuse material now, it's C-SCAN. And that's what she says they found on his hard drives, he was into this form of porn, off the internet. But separately, they say he had at least 1,000 victims of his.
No, okay, so but 1,000 victims, unless we are to believe he personally was after every one of those victims, there has to be some other bad guys still alive that are powerful that did something to these children. Why are we not impaneling a special prosecutor to find every single one of these powerful people that went after these kids? Why are we putting up with this?
Yeah, I don't know. And I think you'll find out.
Am I understanding this correctly? Because I don't even remember.
I can't answer that.
I don't
she
even know
won't tell
Pam
us.
Bondi said that. I can't even remember all this because it's all over. I got a thing on my desk. I got truckloads of stuff.
Yeah, no, we all have busy lives, and President Trump has a busy life, and I don't think he realizes how much she's humiliated the administration. This is a self-inflicted wound. She caused it. Again, I have nothing against Pam Bondi, but if you want to look for the villain in this story, we have found her. She is the person she's either lying now or she was lying then. There's no two ways about it. And if you accept what's in the memo, that they don't have the goods on anybody, there's no one who can be indicted, they didn't find a trove of info on other people, then why was she trying to titillate us over a child sexual abuse case for months? She was on the air repeatedly in February, in March, again in May. It's completely inappropriate. You don't play cutesy with child sexual abuse material.
So Megan, I don't mean to interrupt. First of all, you're totally right, but the media, you've been around the space of hyper ambitious women. What is this? Analyze her for us.
Well, I think she wants to make a name for herself. What she really wants to be is a star. That's what I think she wants. That's why she runs to the cameras on Fox News. There's no other reason. Look back at the attorneys general. Seriously, do you ever remember knowing an attorney general like this? Or even having the attorney general's voice in your head? I can barely remember Merrick Garland's weird little nasally voice, but it's in there. But the average person couldn't pick him out of a lineup. Because normally attorneys general are somber, serious people who are fairly annoying, but they're schooled in the law. Pam Bondi has one trait, and I think it's why Trump chose her. She's loyal to the president. And I get it, he does need somebody loyal, especially in that position. But he has a wealth of other options.
Well, I think Judge Jeanine is amazing. Do we like Judge Jeanine? Everything
Yes.
I like Judge Jeanine.
Judge Jeanine would be brilliant. Harmeet Dillon would be brilliant.
So you're calling for Pam Bondi to resign or to go, but can you please tell people the breaking news? According to reports that you have verified, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino will resign if what does not happen?
If she doesn't go.
So
I only have it on Bongino.
It's all over X though.
No, I know, but let me just tell you what my reporting is. Bongino, it's Bongino or Bondi. He's not
Who
saying...
would you guys prefer, Bongino or Bonnie? Okay, 7,000 to 0.
They want Dan. Of course, Dan, you know why? Because Dan understands MAGA. Dan's part of the MAGA movement. Dan's been an important piece of it and a mouthpiece for really important ideas and an advocate and a fierce warrior. He's been in the trenches. With all due respect to Pam Bondi, she's been in Florida. She represented the president. It's nice, but do you think she really gets MAGA? I don't think so. She wouldn't have behaved this way if she did. And now it's a time for choosing. It's a time for choosing. We're about to lose Dan for sure, and maybe Kash too, if she doesn't go. Now she's got some allies. I think Susie Wiles is close with her, and Susie Wiles is amazing. And look, there's not that many powerful women in the administration. Maybe she wants to keep her. She's from Florida. Susie Wiles from Florida. Trump lives in Florida. But this has gone well beyond this. This could actually cost Trump in the midterms. We need to make a smart choice right now. We can't lose any of the MAGA base.
And let me just also reiterate this. And by no means did I want our very big Student Action Summit to talk about Epstein the entire, of all the things. I'm not Epstein obsessed. Some people, their YouTube channel, it's all they talk about. I think that the fact that young people can't afford homes is something we should talk about a lot more than these things endlessly. But this matters a lot. And so from a media standpoint, Megan, you know the media better than anybody else. You've been in the media, you've been outside the media. What's this Sunday night thing? What is that? So you have a July 4th weekend after the big, beautiful bill, and you leak it on a Sunday night?
To Axios.
What is that?
If you want to leak it and you want conservatives to see it, you leak it to the Daily Caller. You leak it to Fox News. You leak it to Daily Wire. You don't leak it to Axios. Our people don't read Axios. If we read Axios, it's under protest just to see what the left is saying. So it was like you saw it appear. It was like, this must be bull. There's no way this is real. There's no way. I can tell you right now, there's zero chance Dan Bongino's leaking to Axios. Zero. And cash. So, and yet today, as we came here, there's a piece in Axios that reflects very poorly on Dan, alleging Dan only freaked out once he saw in this memo that people weren't responding well to the missing minute of the tapes of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Do you guys know this piece of the story? And that he went into a meltdown like a little child and then threw a hissy fit. So my point is not to weigh in on the truth or falsity of that. It's false. But it is to point out that's clearly a Bondi leak. Very clearly, that's a Bondi leak. So what's clear to me from this, as a member of the media, is Bondi leaked the memo to Axios, and Bondi's doubling down by trying to get Axios to dump on Dan, and trying to make him be the fall guy and or Cash be the fall guy, and she will not face the cameras. If she means what she says, fine, come out and defend it. To Dan's credit, he went on Fox a couple of weeks ago, and he got beaten up pretty good for this, and said, I think Epstein killed himself. And the base went nuts. The base doesn't believe that. But he's like, if you got other proof, show it to me.
Well, if
he faced the cameras and did it. She hasn't.
I'm open to it. If that's true, why don't you just tell us the prisoners' names who are on the same cell block as Jeffrey Epstein?
There's a lot.
No, that's BS. I'm sorry. The President of the United States figured out whether we have HIPAA for federal prisoners. Tell us who the other prisoners were if no one had access to it, because all of a sudden if we find out some of these prisoners had suspicious intel ties, what I'm getting at is at some point, we want answers at some point.
Yeah, answer the questions. That's it.
Again, I don't want to talk about this as long as we have, and like we had this amazing summit, and we've spent all these resources in planning.
But Charlie, wait, let me just make the case for talking about it, because it's funny, because you look back at the past, Dan and Cash talked about Epstein all the time when they were in my business.
Well, that's the point, is that hasn't been a shtick of mine.
Mine either. I've talked about it when it's bubbled up.
Right?
Same. But I am a lawyer by training, and I can smell BS when it's being shoveled to me. And it's very obvious to me right now that we've got spinners trying to mess with us in Washington on a story that is important, and here's why. Yes, obviously, child sexual abuse matters. And if we have some ring of pedophiles running around, outside of Hollywood, we need to know. But here's why it does matter. It's worthy of discussing at a place like this. It's about transparency. One of the main reasons that we voted Trump in was because we wanted real answers on real stories, and we didn't want to be BS'd anymore with a bunch of nonsense from our government that treated us like a bunch of stooges. Right? Thank you. And I believe Trump is still loyal to that mission. And maybe the people who are behind that memo are loyal to that mission too, but this ain't it. That would require, especially on a story they know the base has been led down with a trail of breadcrumbs to believe something else for years. This is a story, the only way to end it, if that's your goal, is you stand in front of those cameras and you take every single question your biggest critics have for you.
So let's go through a battle plan. Let's say you're senior advisor to the president. What is the 1, 2, 3 sequencing? Press conference, you would get rid of Bondi. What else to get us back on track towards transparency? I think the DOJ should immediately move to unseal all the Epstein documents in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah. Everything. Everything except child sexual assault material.
I think every file should be released to the public the same way as the JFK files. Let the American people decide.
Put them out there, because if there's nothing in there, then we can see there's nothing in there. Now listen, people who are truly conspiratorial, who will just never believe anything other than Jeffrey was murdered and there's a ring of pedophiles, they won't be satisfied, and that's fine. You're entitled to believe that's fine. You're entitled to your own beliefs. However, some percentage of skeptics will at least give them credit for opening the files. And we could have a situation where they open the files and Dan and Cash stand there and say, I don't know what was taken out of here before we got here. You know, it's possible that those files are rather disappointing and they're not to blame. I don't know. And it's possible, I just got to say this for the record, it's also possible that Jeffrey Epstein was an absolutely disgusting predator who loved just the barely legal types and did take advantage of them and didn't actually farm a bunch of girls out to a bunch of men. It's possible. And I'll say this on it. I know somebody very close to the case, who I trust implicitly, and that person has told me from the beginning that that's what happened. That Epstein was very into the girls who looked like 13, but he knew he had to hire the ones who were like 17, 18 to come in and give him massages that had the so-called happy ending, and that was really his thing. And there are over 1,000 of those.
No, I get that, but I think what people want to know is what other powerful people were involved.
Yeah, we've heard all the names who went to Epstein Island. Who went to Epstein Islands? Who specifically went on the plane? Who stayed for more than a night? Like, that's what Alan Dershowitz is saying, and he's so right about this. He was dragged through the mud by that Virginia Giuffre.
And he won his case.
He did not molest Virginia Giuffre. It was a lie, okay? And I've done this in depth, the study of this. His name was suggested to her by somebody who thought she'd sell more books if she named a famous guy, and it was suggested to her, how about Alan, who Jeffrey knew because Alan represented him when he got arrested for transportation of a minor in prostitution. And Alan, you know, he did represent Epstein. That's not great. He represented OJ. Isn't that worse? Like, that's what criminal defense attorneys do. I don't judge it. We need them. We need them to kick the tires on the system. So in any event, that's how he knew Jeffrey. They weren't buddies. He wasn't like Bill Clinton palling around with him everywhere. So she got accused. She accused him unfairly. But he is saying now he thinks the entire files should be opened, even if other men like Alan get swept up into like a web of like, you did it, and then let them rehabilitate themselves the way he did. Let them show the evidence of, I actually wasn't even in the country when I got accused. I was at a different place. I was at work. I'm on camera at the Starbucks, whatever. But why not? Given the amount of like smoke around this fire, why not just open the files?
Do you think there's any intel community involvement in this?
I wouldn't be surprised one bit. I am convinced, based on my own sources and my own reporting on this story, he wasn't one of ours.
So he wasn't American, which leads basically three options: MI6, Saudi, or Mossad.
Yep.
Which one would you choose?
I guess Mossad, given his connection to Ghislaine Maxwell.
So what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's possible that that's the reason everything's getting buried, that there is some treasure trove, and it's getting buried because...
How many people here believe that? Raise your hand. Okay, I'd say about half the hands think that it's being buried because of an Israeli thing.
It could be. I really don't know.
And I have no evidence to suggest that.
No, me neither. I did think it was very odd how, look, half of you raised your hands because you've heard that theory, you've heard it debated, you have questions, but the one time Pam Bondi was asked a question about this at the cabinet meeting on Monday, she was like, and as for whether he was an agent, that I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I'll get back to you. You haven't looked into it? What do you mean? So that was kind of a fishy answer.
And Megan, remember Alexander Acosta in 2007, he said he was told to treat Epstein carefully because he was an intel asset. That was one of Trump's cabinet secretaries who was literally a U.S. attorney 3 hours from here in Florida. He said that himself.
Well, and let me tell you the consequences of that. His subpoena, his search warrant on Jeffrey Epstein's residence was very narrow. It was not the kind of like, let's get everything. Let's see everything inside this guy's, dressers and so on. It was very, very narrowly tailored. And to this day, that's what the FBI is stuck with. So it really is possible that Dan and Cash got in there and, in like a Geraldo and Al Capone's vault situation, opened it up and we're like, oh my gosh, there's nothing in here. Like, we did not find the magic documents or photos or evidence of anything. And why not? I don't know we'll ever know why not. I'm not sure we'll ever know, but I guess I care less about that than I do about just open the books and be fully transparent.
Again, I don't want to feed into any of the, let's just say, speculative theories. But Alexander Acosta himself talked about intel asset. And you have to wonder that the timing of all this, Sunday night, so you have the big, beautiful bill, you have Independence Day weekend. Why are you doing this on a Sunday night? Was it...
Bury it.
But you don't bury things on Sunday night.
You do on a holiday weekend. You do. Like, people are away, they're traveling back from the beach on Sunday night, they're dealing with traffic. They knew they were too smart to think that they could get away with doing it on a Saturday night or on a Friday night. So they wanted the cover of like, we're doing it on like the night before a real news day, but Monday after July 4th is not a real news day. Everybody's still in transition.
So left unaddressed, I know this is a hypothetical, which I hate those questions. What if we just try to proceed, what does that mean?
If we just what?
Just try to proceed. No, don't address this. If the administration just tries to power through.
Her days are numbered. She can't recover from this. She's shot herself in the foot on her own credibility. I just don't think old enough to avoid making another mistake very soon. And so that'll probably be the one that gets her. Because President Trump, I understand fully, he doesn't want to offer a scalp in response to this. And I get it. He doesn't want to, and I understand why. Even though it's his own people, he doesn't want to look like he's sold out his people. And he's loyal too. He really is. He's very loyal to the people who are loyal to him, to his credit. But I think he's also extremely smart. And he can read a room better than anybody. And I think once he realizes, thanks to an event like this, et cetera, that this does matter with the base, this is not a nothing burger for them, for all the reasons we've discussed, I think he'll decide she's a goner. It's just a question of what.
Well, he just doubled down on Truth Post. So if you're saying that he has good instinct and he can read the room, maybe, I mean, who knows, man? Who knows? You just never know. But he just doubled down and said Pam Bundy was doing a great job. So, Megyn Kelly, here we go.
The excuses, more time with her family, right? And she'll be sayonara.
And so, from a PR standpoint, so you would do an open press conference, take every possible question.
If I were Trump, I would say all three of you are going out and holding a presser. Everybody's welcome, all comers. And you're not leaving until, like, we're down to the Jim Acostas of the world. Like, you will stay until those kinds of people have gotten to ask questions. Because let me tell you something, another thing that's irritating about the whole way they've handled it is they're embarrassing other good people. Like, did you see Caroline Levitt out there trying to answer questions on this?
And I think Caroline's great. Don't we like Caroline?
She's the best. Same.
She has nothing to do with this.
Nothing to do with it. I love her, and she has total credit.
So how in the world is Megyn Kelly talking for 27 minutes, and the only thing she's been able to talk about is Epstein's files? This is how you know that, you have nothing good to say. Everything is about Epstein's file. I'm not saying it's not important, but don't forget she has her own show. And of course, she may be pandering to her viewers. I mean, you can't be talking for 30 minutes straight and everything is about Epstein's files. What in the world?
Credibility. And I watched her try to spin that memo, which is her job, and I felt nothing but empathy for her. And
I agree with that.
And I also felt like, how dare you put her in this position? This is your stink over the DOJ. Why don't you get your own spokesperson out there to deal with it? But don't make poor Caroline sacrifice the president's credibility and hers on this dog turd of a story. So they do need to wrap it up. It should be wrapped up. And in a perfect world, Trump will say, all three of you get out there, have an open presser. Anybody can answer questions and just answer them all honestly. Short of that, we could get to, today's Friday, we could get to Monday with Dan gone, possibly Kash gone. Again, my reporting says Kash is staying. Others says he'll go if Bongino goes. I think one of them knows we have a country to run, and we really do need one of them there.
No, I think we need both. I mean, I'd hate to lose them both.
I do too.
And let's play this out for a second, though. Let's say Bongino leaves. Well, he's not going to keep his mouth shut. So
he's got one of these too.
He's got a big one of these.
Yeah.
And he will come out immediately, and he will tell his side of the story, which will not help the integrity of the administration.
No.
He would say nothing.
So if you let Bongino walk, you will have somebody for years that will be bitter towards the administration, and all of us
He's
will.
He's not
then,
going to want to hurt Trump.
No, but he'll tell the truth, and we will lose. We will be like, if Bongino can't go and fight and solve this thing, then what are we doing here?
I know.
Right? If Dan Bongino, who's one of the greatest patriots we have, cannot go and reform the FBI with Kash Patel after we win a popular vote majority,
right?
Then I will never give up. But I know for millions of people that will be met with just a sigh of cynicism.
But think about it,
you know
Charlie.
what I mean?
Yes, 100%. You think about, like you mentioned, Jeanine. Jeanine Pirro would take no prisoners. She's totally confirmable too. She'd be great in this role. It's not like there's no bench behind Pam Bondi. There is a bench. Jeanine could do it. Harmeet could do it. Even Matt Gaetz can't do it. I mean, he could do it, but
he's not confirmable.
Yeah, he's not confirmable.
Matt Gaetz for a special prosecutor, that would be very interesting.
Now that would be fun to watch.
Matt Gaetz with a government corruption special prosecutor.
Anyway, there are other people who could take over that role. And just think about it, because I can see the untenability of Dan and Kash staying effectively working for Pam, right? they're working for her, and she seems feckless, except she seems somewhat petty and personal, given the leaks I'm reading, and she seems way too focused on being a star. It reminds me of Brian Williams of NBC. Remember how it was like, it turned out he was more interested in seeing his mug on television and telling fake stories about what a badass he allegedly was, and like Abbottabad, with SEAL Team 6 practically raiding the compound, than he was in being taken seriously and being a credible news anchor. And I'm sorry to say, I think she suffers from that same disease, and so she has to go.
Two final thoughts. Number one, everybody, just so you know, all going late tonight and all tomorrow, we are doing exclusive interviews for the Charlie Kirk Show right near Ballroom C for members only. So if you guys want to see interviews, we're going to be interviewing all the major names. We just had a conversation with Pete Hegseth and Tucker Carlson. We have big ones tomorrow, so it's at Ballroom C. They'll be happening all day. Just look at your agenda. That's right on there if you guys want to attend. Megan, last question. There's 7,000 people here, most of which are students. What advice do you have for them fighting on campus, trying to figure out what they want to do with their life? Let's do a non-Epstein end to all of this.
Awesome. Be who you are. Don't pretend you're a lefty in order to win any professor's good humor. He's not worth it. Get your D on your paper because you refuse to argue that capitalism is bad, and wear it like a badge of honor. Bring it with you into your job interview. And that will make sure you align with an employer who's right for you, right? Don't say that you support Planned Parenthood the way they want you to. Don't call yourself a feminist because your teacher will give you pats on the head. Stand up for what you really believe in, and that's how we spread the good word. That's how we convert others over to where we stand, rather than just get ahead pretending we're
Where
with
do we
them,
stand, though?
and then-
Where do we stand? But at this point, who knows where you stand? I mean, where do we stand, ladies and gentlemen?
Only once we have power, tell our true feelings. It's not worth it. If anybody who came to me with a crappy GPA from one of these elite universities and then showed me all their papers that spoke up for conservatism and America and God, faith, I would hire them in an instant over somebody who emerged with a perfect GPA, who went along to get along. That's not a leader. That's a sheep. Don't be like that. Stand up for your beliefs now when it matters.
Megan, you are amazing. God bless you. And Turning Point USA, thank you.
Yeah, she definitely kept the attention for sure. So yeah, she was amazing. Anyway, Gutfeld was here as well. Let's see what he has to say. I don't think he would be talking about Epstein
How about
for a
Greg
long time.
Gutfeld, everybody?
Thank you. I expected more pyrotechnics.
As you see, we're downsizing. At
I
Turning
want
Point
somebody
USA.
to lose a finger when I come out.
Isn't Greg the best? I watch him almost every night, I'll tell you.
Stop it. Stop it. You crazy kids. I wonder has anybody here ever seen Red Eye? Oh. I was just wondering how old you were because that was the first show. It was
no hands went up around here.
I know they're going.
This the student section's right up.
Yeah, they're going like, you mean the movie Red Eye?
Or yes. So Greg, I know there's a lot going on in the news. Obviously, the most important thing that you want to talk about is the fact that we no longer have to take our shoes off at the airport when we fly on planes.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the most important news of the week.
Yes. I like the fact that I can keep my shoes on and take my pants off. No, it's crazy. Every day is good news. It's like 365 days of Christmas. And once in a while you get something that's you're not happy about, but the whole package is amazing. It's like the election of Trump is like you wanted your parents to buy you a car for your 16th birthday, and you got the car, but maybe it's not the right color, so you stop whining. This is like the best thing that's ever happened to our political system in ages.
And Greg, you made a really good point backstage, which is, look, there's disagreements in our movement and people are fighting back and forth, but you look at this as a positive of an attribute of a movement that has strength.
This is a party, this is a movement that is so transparent that even their cover-ups are transparent. They're not even trying. It's like everything that you've seen is one collective wink. It's like, dude, yeah, we get it. Epstein was probably a honeypot operation, but it's like a CIA thing. It sucks. But the way I look at it is that, again, with the Christmas analogy, you got everything you wanted. You're not going to get everything, but you're going to get to see how it's made, and you know what's going on. You may not know who's stopping that, but what's important for you to know is right now the Democrats, this is all they have. All they have is the conflict that's going on the other side. So they are you'll notice certain alignments happening where all of a sudden CNN is now covering Epstein. Didn't do it before. And you'll start seeing these like liberal alignments because they want the fractions. They want people to break apart. You don't want to give them that. So even when there's certain things that are happening that are upsetting to you, you have to step back, look at the big picture. Don't lose sight of the changes that you're experiencing and how together, I have to take umbrage with Tucker Carlson.
Go ahead.
All right, whom I love. When he said that the getting boys out of girls' sports was an appetizer, well, hell, I could eat appetizers all day. That to me is a really big deal. And you got to understand, I was talking about the issue of transgenderism and boys and women's sports when people weren't talking about it. I was getting a lot of crap for it. People kept asking me, why do you keep bringing this up? Why do you keep bringing this up? And I say, because you compel me to. I don't want to think about this. This was never on my agenda. But the moment pronouns came out, I realized, wait, you're compelling me to think a certain way. And that's a line you can't cross. You may think it's a side issue, but the bigger issue is compelling you to obey. That was it. So the appetizer, you got to eat that appetizer to get to the main course. Or you can take all the appetizers and make a main course. That to me was probably the big issue for me. And it allows us to speak freely about one of the biggest delusions, one of the biggest hoaxes of our time, the idea that there are trans kids that you need to operate on, which 10 years from now, 20 years from now, there will be people that will be embarrassed to even admit they believed it. They will act like it never happened.
Well, and not only that, there are detransitioners here at this event. I think Chloe Cole is here somewhere, and it's not an insignificant portion of the population. And by the way, to your kind of analogy about President Trump and the good he's doing in his administration, Greg, we need to make it a goal, hopefully by the end of this administration, we are going to end every gender-affirming care clinic and child butchery in this country. We're not going to allow it to happen.
It's a good lesson that you're learning when you're young is pay attention to language. Think about the phrase gender-affirming care. No, it sounds wonderful. You're affirming a gender. That is your warning that it's something awful. Whenever the language camouflages its actual meaning, you cannot say irreversible surgery and put high-risk hormones. You say gender affirming as the positive. They do this with everything. Let's remember that, abortion is now pro-choice, because pro-choice is an affirming phrase. So you always have to look at that and see, okay, what is underneath it? It's part of the, I think, the education of your brain, learning to question the actual words they use first and foremost.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many other examples. I mean, they'll use undocumented immigrant.
Yes,
I mean,
they will correct people on other networks if you say illegal immigrant. Somebody tried to do that to me on Fox once. I can't remember who they were, Geraldo, but it is like, again, why? So it's almost like they can't tackle the issue, so they dance on the edge of the issue.
And they use virtue signaling, bullying over semantics.
Yes, exactly.
You don't use my word, therefore you're a bad person.
Yes.
And by the way that we should talk about gender-affirming care, child castration and medieval butchery. How's that for language changes? Do you think we're getting better at language on the right?
Well, I think the great thing is that we're no longer afraid of sharing the risk. And people like you, Charlie, and Trump, people have to be the tip of the spear. A lot of people were too, like, you take the issue like trans. You don't want to be bullied online by people. If you say what you feel, like you think about the athletes that were too timid to say they didn't want to change in front of a guy. They didn't want to share the risk with the Riley Gaines, the people who did take the risk. But what you're seeing is it's a natural thing. When you see somebody that you know taking a risk, you're more likely to share that risk with them. So what's happening is now, because we are sharing the risk and being able to say what we want, the language changes.
And that's a new phenomenon, Greg. So you've been coming to our events 7-8 years, ish, right?
Yeah.
And
back when I was in my early 20s.
Sure. Yeah. When I was in my early 20s, not you. But Greg, something has changed profoundly. When you first started coming to these events, first of all, the crowds were much smaller.
Right.
But the energy was different because there was campus rebellion energy that still exists here. But culturally, Greg, it's kind of as if we're winning. Am I allowed to say that?
Yes. In fact, I believe we talked about this, I think the first time I was here, and I had written about this, I don't know, 20 years ago, about the ability to flip the script. You guys hopefully will never grow up in a time where everybody on the right was seen as evil. I mean, you kind of do now. But when I was growing up, in every movie, in every TV show, it was the person who believed in law and order, the conservative who was seen as evil. The person on the left was seen as hip and cool. This has completely flipped. A lot of it has to do with humor. Now, who are the humorless people? It's a complete flip. The least funny people on the planet are liberals. They're literally, it's hard to take a joke when you are the joke, and they cannot see that they're the joke. Meanwhile, the best thing you can do when you're in conflict with anyone is to have fun. While I watch, Charlotte, when you do those, when you talk to people, you're never angry. You don't, it's not like you're judging the person, you're just having fun. This is an example that a comparison I use with when fans of Obama talk about Obama, they talk about him in solemn terms, in serious terms.
That's so true.
When people who like Trump talk about him, they're laughing. I stole this line from Michael Malice. Whenever Trump says something, I go, we don't deserve him. No matter what he does, you can't help but smile. And when you're defending him, it's fun. When you're not defending him, it's even fun. I mean, it's like, for example, he just did he posted on Truth Social about stripping Rosie, what's her name again? Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship, which is impossible. We know it's impossible. We know it's hilarious, but it makes news, and you see all the people on the liberal blog, social media, pulling their hair out. Autocracy, he wants to strip Rosie O'Donnell of her citizenship. No, he doesn't. He's just sticking his finger in your eye, and we love every minute of it.
So let's go a step further. I want to analyze the psychology of humor a little bit more. Is it fair to say that those that can't take a joke are insecure, and that the left is actually full of a lot of people that are hyper-credentialed, over-educated, in an upper-middle-class environment, but deeply down are very insecure?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of described what they appear to be, but you want to know what's underneath it. And I think about that a lot. And I think about, when I was in high school, I was a liberal. And I think one of the things I liked about it was that we didn't have a name for it. It was virtue signaling, but it was easy status. If you wanted high status from a teacher, you push a liberal perspective in your debates or in your term papers. So the idea, excuse me, I had a burger. what is important to you is status. I need to know that everybody around me likes me. Then I will look at what is popular and I will echo that. That's how liberalism kind of works. One of the things I always tell young conservatives, like what do I do when I'm outnumbered, when I'm there and I'm being ganged up on by 3 or 4 people? And I always say, ask them why it's so important that I agree with you. Yeah. Why do you need me? Why is it so important that I should agree with you? And then you might say, I think if you're looking for reassurance that you are right, I'm the wrong person. And it's a very simple way of, because they have to lead, they should ask themselves, why is it important that you agree with me? Because they themselves aren't sure. They are not sure. It goes to the insecurity. But it has to do with a desire to be cool, i.e. status. But they then mistake what is cool, which is they think it's rebellion, but it's actually false rebellion. What is rebellious, what is truly rebellious is rebelling against the rebellion. That means if the guy says, look, dude, I think that the police suck. I'm going to throw rocks at ICE because I'm a rebel. The true rebel tells that guy to fuck off. Excuse my language. But so what conservatism has always been rebellion against rebellion. And that is the real risk in life, because you will be unpopular among the midwits, the lower intellect, the people who think anybody who thinks they're smarter than you isn't. And they know that. So that is why they adhere to easy status through virtue signaling that then they don't do anything about. They can talk about climate change all they want, but then if their best friend scores first-class tickets for spring break, they're on that plane.
Well, and Greg, you said something a couple years ago when we chatted, and it's so important, which is, and I've tried to apply this rule. It doesn't apply perfectly, but when you see a social movement that continues to push forward when there is high social cost, they're worth at least listening to. Mm-hmm. So when there is a movement of people and they're getting canceled, they're smeared, potentially imprisoned, and they keep fighting for that thing, you should hear them out.
Yes.
And this is the point of the kids on campus, where you're surrounded by libs being like, why do you think I believe? My life's not easier because of this.
Yes, yet you reminded me of something I said that I would have completely forgotten.
You're welcome. I'm the second part.
No, it's actually a really great point.
I know,
it came from me. Thank you. It's like, do you ever wonder why I would risk this? Do you ever think to yourself, I'm outnumbered by you? Do you ever ask yourself, why would this person do this? Aren't you the least bit curious about that? That usually really can freeze somebody.
It's complete cognitive dissonance, right?
Yeah.
And so,
I'm glad you remembered that. See, this is the problem with getting old. I can't remember my best stuff.
That's why I'm here. I remember your stuff for you. But let's dive deeper into that. So think about it. If you're ever outnumbered, instead of talking about politics or stuff, just say, listen, my view comes at a high social cost on this college campus.
Yeah.
High social cost. How many kids here are graded differently because of your conservative views? Raise your hand. Okay. Almost every student's hand goes up. So therefore, you're making a conscious decision to suffer to some degree for a transcendent value.
Yeah.
And you should tell your lib friends or whatever, I could have comfort if I conform.
Yes.
So why don't I?
Yes. I could actually get better grades like you if I said what you said, but I'm not. Isn't that kind of interesting to you? Yeah, it's kind of like I'm pro-life, and I run into the most people I know almost all people I know in my industry are pro-choice, and I know that I'm always outnumbered, but I'm always like, don't you even wonder, like, why? You seem to agree with a lot of things I say. You think that I'm a smart person? Do you think I'm just crazy on one thing? Like, oh, he's really good on the economy. He's really good on foreign policy. He can write well, but he's completely nuts on unborn children. That doesn't really logically make sense. You know what's interesting about really, really smart pro-choice people? They admit it's murder.
Oh, I find this on campus. They have to.
Yeah, they have to go, look, you know what? I'm not going to argue what it is murder, but I'm still for it. That was that was like the liberal comedian way of dealing with it. I think almost every smart comedian, when they talk about abortion, will not deny that it's murder.
And then everyone laughs at the comic club. I guess that makes it okay.
Yeah, it's like, at least you're being honest.
But this is another important point that Greg is making, that if you have earned social trust with people in your circle, defending that view that might be seemingly unpopular can convert that whole social circle to be a conservative.
Yes.
Because they'll think, wow, this is a good person. It's not just being right, it's also character.
Yes.
Right?
This is a really good point. And for example, if you're in an office and you're working, being an appealing person there, it's like a young person will come in and when a young person starts at work, they're looking for somebody, not necessarily a mentor, but somebody that like they can kind of identify with, make them feel at ease. And when you're that person, and every single person has that. Like when I first started working at Men's Health or at Prevention Magazine or different places, I identified. I would boil it down to this: when you'll see somebody you work with, and you go, I want what that person has. Like, what is it about them that makes them confident and strong and cool? Like, it's weird. The word cool originated from the word calm. A lot of people don't know that. It's like you're always looking for the calm person in the storm. And when you are that person, people want to know why. This is why being politically hysterical doesn't win followers. It's like, Charlie, if you're calm, people are interested. So, but getting back to the point about character, if somebody sees that everything that you're doing is working, and then they find out that you have an opinion that they detest, like the perfect thing is Trump. It's great when the most successful person in the group, they find out is a Trump supporter, and they go, my God, you're an idiot. And he goes, yeah, I'm an idiot. Have you seen where I live? Have you seen my family? So they have to all of a sudden start reconfiguring the way they think.
Did you see that HBO, the part of that show, White Lotus or something?
Yes.
There was a 3-minute clip. I don't watch the show.
Where they found out that
the women found out that their old friend who they love and they adore, all of a sudden she's very quietly doesn't deny. Didn't you say she didn't deny she voted for Trump?
Yes. Yeah.
And anyway, from a drama standpoint, it was so beautifully written.
Yeah, it was nice, and it's like I think that they're coming to grips with the idea that they kind of they went too far in the world of demonizing. You're making me think of something about when I've lost friends, people that you probably know, people that I've worked with over Trump, and whenever somebody, and I'll see it in interviews, they'll ask, what happened to Gutfeld? And they go, oh man, he knew where his bread was buttered. Oh, it was his way to climb the ladder. It's like, I watch people try to figure out why. Why do I support Trump without ever actually honestly asking why everybody does. It's like only I think the belief is only dumb people do, but when a smart person does it, it's because they're selling out.
And what's so funny is if they stopped coping,
yes,
and started understanding,
yes, which is what I did,
they would actually be in a better place.
Yeah, remember, I knew Trump before he ran. I liked him. I did not support him when he ran in I'd say 2015, but a lot of it was a coping thing. It was a personal issue with me, and I suddenly realized what is going on here. I had a sunk cost. that I'd already, when you express criticism for something over and over again and you realize you might be wrong, you don't want to let go. It's the sunk cost. It's like being in a bad marriage or a bad relationship. You think about all that effort you put into it. So that made it hard to say, but what was great and what was wonderful is that when he won, I said, great, he's my president. Now I can start clean. And what the reason why I was having issues with him was I fell into the trap of taking him literally, paying attention to words and not deeds. And then when he became president, it was like, and I started using that as a mantra on my show. It's deeds, not words. It's not about his tweets. It's about, is your life getting better? And that's what completely, that framework changed me. And it made me see that I had been obsessed with something so stupid that ended up I really liked, which are his tweets.
and so the Trump phenomenon, I want to touch on two final things in our time remaining. The Democrats are trying to figure out what they're doing. I mean, look, Donald Trump controls the Democrat platform. He just has to do something. They do the opposite, right? So the Democrat platform is completely controlled by Donald Trump.
Yes, exactly. No, they will do, if he told the Democrats, don't punch yourself in the face, they will start smacking they'll just break their own noses. You know what it is? When you choose common sense as your higher, it's called the high ground maneuver. Let's say your opponent chooses the path of common sense. What do you choose to oppose it? Not common sense? That's what they're doing. They don't, because there's nothing, if you choose, common sense is the higher ground, there's nothing around it to stand on. So you're stuck doing really stupid things. You're on every 80 or 90, 20, 10 issue, you're choosing the bad guy. You're choosing the Maryland dad, you're choosing gangs, you're choosing pot farmers, because you can't match it.
That employ child labor.
Yes. So, which I'm for, by the way. Those kids need to get strong. You know what I'm saying? It's underrated. Their little hands are really good with fixing watches. Clip that, please, and put that up there. Greg endorses child labor. Yes.
Greg, you will get more clips from Media Matters than me in this conversation. So, because they're clipping. So Greg, but you live in New York City.
That is correct.
And you are witnessing the rise of an attempt by the Democrats to figure themselves out.
Yes.
I'm obviously talking about Andrew Cuomo. Yeah. No, but so, Mamdani.
Yeah, so... God, you guys just misunderstand the guy. That's what the Dems are trying to do now. Whenever a new socialist comes up, they act like it's like, oh no, this is a better version. There's no such thing as a better version.
It's like ChatGPT 4.0.
Yes, exactly.
It's going to keep getting better.
Yeah, it's
learning.
That's not shit. That's shit 4.0. It's still shit. I got to use that for my show. They'll just have to bleep it, though.
So you're on cable.
Yes, so they'll probably bleep it. But they always like the issue with socialism is they always believe that it just hasn't been perfected. Well, that was the whole point of capitalism. Capitalism doesn't have to be perfect to work. Exactly. The only way socialism can work is if it's perfect, and that's not possible. It's not possible. The thing that kills me is they keep talking about, he's really hit the chord on affordability. You cannot find one example in history where socialism has made anything affordable. It's only made things awful and good things more scarce, and therefore more expensive. So,
well, on his grocery store plan, to his credit,
I love that.
I will say, New Yorkers will lose 15 pounds in 6 months on his grocery store plan. I mean, there'll be no food.
The only thing that can make the Department of Motor Vehicles worse is if they sold food.
You get your number, wait for 2 hours for bananas.
I mean, I'm sure there are people here from Pennsylvania or where you have ABC liquor stores. I never knew that growing up in the West Coast. Then I moved to Allentown, and I never seen a government-run liquor store, and they are depressing.
I didn't know that.
You would quit drinking.
But do you know what I do encounter in New Jersey is basically pseudo-run gas stations. You have to have an attendant pump your gas.
Oh, yes.
Like, what is that? Like, when there's like the oldest regulation, you got to wait for the guy, and he's using the restroom. Like, I have to go. He's like, I think it's that law still
exists. This is why I drive straight through Jersey. Quickly. I was going to say another thing about, the one thing people have to Zoran. The one thing that people are overlooking is that he says police officers should not respond to crime, that they should send people who are trained in it. So when you have a subway maniac who throws a woman in front of a train or one setting him on fire, you shouldn't send the police. You should send a social worker. I think that journalists should go find these social workers he's talking about. None exist. There's no social worker, no matter how liberal they are, will ever want to go down to the subway and address a maniac. And again, it's another case of a left-winger throwing women, literally in this case, under the bus.
Under the subway. So Greg, in the couple minutes we have, there's two things. I do want to hit one of. I want to hit two things quick. I want you to give kind of a send-off for the college students at the end. But first, you're a new dad.
Yes. Yeah.
And I was joking backstage. He did have his first kid finally before Social Security hit.
Yes, that was my goal. So I have a baby girl, 7 months old. At the age of 60, which is I still don't know.
Impressive. I'm like,
what you know what the
for
thing?
Multiple reasons. That's
yeah, it is multiple. But I think that I realized that I would have been a lousy dad 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and then I don't know what it was. I just realized I think I can be a good dad now. I don't know what it was. That's my only explanation for why I just never thought I would be. Well, I party pretty hard. So I think I had to now I'm a normal person. I'm going to do, I can do it now. But I was a very selfish, I'd say in my 30s, I think that's, there's your advice. The most important thing you can do is don't be selfish. I think I led a fairly selfish life in my 20s and my 30s. And the most important thing, probably the most selfish thing you can do is to be of service to other people, because the high you get from that is amazing. And it's going to make you a better person. I think most of my life was a purely transactional. What can I get out of things? And I think that's why I think I felt like I've grown a lot in the last. Boy, I'm getting serious. Shut up, Greg.
So let's go deeper, Greg.
All right, Dr. Phil.
How has it changed?
Greg?
I
have a doll here. I'd like to show you.
Yes, exactly. But all kidding aside, I mean, has it given you more purpose to your life?
Well, yeah, and I mean, you end up being a cliche. That's the thing. It's like the cliche is the person who says, "My God, when I had a child, it changed my life." It's a cliche because it's true. It's what's called a transformational experience, which is like you don't know what it's like until you do it, and it's a shame because there's a lot of people who terminate children without ever knowing that if they had the child, they would have thanked God they didn't listen to themselves. But that's, Well,
and I'll say, Greg, I want to just say, we watch you. Thank you for standing for the unborn. The fight for pro-life is more important than ever. So truly.
You got it.
No, that's really big. Final thoughts, Greg.
Final thoughts? Well, I think the most important thing, and you're kind of already doing it, is to have fun. You're the fun generation. This isn't like, I didn't grow up with this. As a right-winger, I had to hide, and all the left-wingers were the cool kids. Now it's flipped. So enjoy the flip.
Oh, my goodness. Look, man. Like I always say, but I just want to say this. It doesn't matter if you are a Democrat or a Republican or independent. What matters is you are American, and it is America first before you are a Republican or a Democrat, okay? So this Jepson's list might just be working. It's bringing the United States together. It's not more the divided state. It's now the United States, as it should be. Y'all want to keep going? I think it's over for tonight. I think we're good for tonight. Actually, it is 6:19 a.m. right now. I think we should call it a day and be back here. But who knows? Who knows? I think I want to keep going. Okay. Riley Gaines.
You guys are so sweet. Man, how inspiring it is to look out and see this. See so many people, so many young faces especially. Maybe the intention for us being here, of course the speakers on this stage, maybe the intention is for us to inspire you all, but I look out and it's this right here that inspires me. So thank you guys very, very much. Yeah. And of course, thank you to Turning Point for fostering this environment. I have had the pleasure the past 2 or so years to be on upwards of 80 to 100 campuses, college campuses and high school campuses. And so to see so many familiar faces too, thank you as students for being involved. Look, of course, I'm not here to deliver a political message, if you will, because the issues I talk about, they really shouldn't be political ones. But I will say, and I imagine many of you share the same sentiment that I do, the past 173 days or so, my pillows felt a little bit better at night. I sleep a little bit better. The air feels a little bit clearer. It really has been win after win after win with Donald Trump back in the White House. Under President Trump, we are finally seeing action, especially on the cultural front lines. This administration is pushing back and restoring sanity where the left tried desperately to sow confusion. Of course, on day one, Donald Trump signed an executive order declaring there are only 2 sexes, male and female. Isn't it crazy that a sitting president has to take time out of his day, has to exercise his executive authority, executive powers, and declare such? But maybe we shouldn't be too surprised, considering we have a sitting Supreme Court justice who can't even answer the question of what is a woman because she claims she's not a biologist. Guess what? I'm not a veterinarian, but I know what a dog is. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It was one of the most remarkable experiences. I got to be there standing beside the president as he signed this executive order barring men from participating in women's sports within any educational program that receives federal funds. And maybe some of you saw the clips or the images that surfaced following this signing. It was one of the most beautiful things because you have the president signing this EO surrounded by a sea of young girls. I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, and they've got their jerseys on or their uniforms. They've got their big bows in their hair that they wear on the soccer field. That visual means more to me than I could possibly put into words. And the Democrats that are pushing back, people like Gavin Newsom, people like Governor Mills of Maine, they think that they're giving the middle finger to Donald Trump. That's not what they're doing at all. They're giving the middle finger to those little girls who were there to attend this signing with the most joyous smiles on their faces. The Department of Education has made it very, very clear now that Title IX protections are intended to prevent sex-based discrimination, not discrimination on the basis of gender identity, period. That means that girls don't go in boys' locker rooms and vice versa. It means that boys don't go into girls' sports and vice versa. We're seeing DEI bureaucracies dismantled, woke nonsense being defunded in our military, in healthcare, in corporate America, and the media realm, and academia. Real accountability is finally being returned to our institutions. We saw a huge win on that front just this week with the announcement from University of Pennsylvania. Again, this has been one of the biggest perpetrators. University of Pennsylvania has been one of the biggest perpetrators in the abuse and the mistreatment and the emotional blackmail of women over the past few years. But because of President Trump, because of how he flexed the fact that he will withhold $175 million from this institution, which maybe, I guess, is enough to make anyone find their spine. UPenn was willing to come to the table and say, look, we will abide by the law, again, that federal law being Title IX. We will reinstate and restore all records, titles, honors taken from deserving women by a mediocre man, and we will issue a personalized apology to every single woman who was impacted by our decision. We just found out that the Supreme Court will hear oral arguments this fall surrounding a Title IX case, which is huge. I can predict what we're going to see. I imagine we will see a 6-3 ruling. I believe the votes are there, with a scathing dissent written by these liberal justices. But I don't think, I want to make a point here. I don't think that these cultural wins that we have seen should be underscored, by the way. The wins, they're so much bigger than kicking boys off of a girls' team. Understand, our entire society falls apart if we do not know the difference between men and women and sanction the permanent and irreversible harm and sterilization of children. The cultural chaos that has plagued this country for far too long, it's a symptom. It's a symptom of speech and thought control waged on America by the left. It is foundational, these wins that we are seeing. They're wins for truth. Of course, they're wins for women. They're wins for children. They are wins for the American people, but they only happened because we pushed back. The people here in this room pushed back. We refused to be silent. And you know what's ironic? The left keeps insisting that Gen Z is theirs, that we're all just these mindless foot soldiers for progressive ideology. But here's what's been proven. And again, what I have seen when going on these campuses, more and more young people are waking up. We're not buying it anymore. We see the absurdity. We see how out of touch with reality the other side is. They tell us, be your authentic self, all while pushing hormone blockers onto kids, telling them that they were born in the wrong body. They tell us, trust the science, until that science says that men can't get pregnant. They tell us, they care about women. The Democratic Party, it's the party of and for women. But then they erase the very definition of the word itself. Gen Z, what I have seen, what I have experienced, truthfully, what I have felt, we're a generation that craves truth. We're desperate for it. We crave authenticity, freedom, not virtue signaling, not censorship, not social engineering. This generation isn't lost. We've just been lied to. But the American people, again, especially Gen Z, we're beginning to see through it all. So here's my clarion call to you guys. We cannot get comfortable. We cannot become complacent. It's almost inevitable, truthfully. Because success, again, the wins I've mentioned, success, it breeds complacency. But hear me when I say complacency breeds failure. It is the enemy to growth. It is the enemy to progress. We can't treat these victories like they're permanent. You know why? Because the left is relentless. They don't just roll over. They don't allow themselves to be steamrolled. No, they rear their heads and they gnash their teeth. They're already trying to roll it all back. They're pressuring judges. They're rewriting rules. They're flooding the culture with lies disguised as compassion, as empathy, as inclusivity. And if we check out now or allow ourselves to fester in these wins, if we stop fighting, they will undo everything that we in this room, that Turning Point USA, that President Trump has worked for. We are in a battle for reality itself, and we must fight like it, because this war on woke, it has not yet been won. Don't take it from me, take it from the people of Wisconsin, for that matter, where you have a Governor Evers, who in your state statute attempted to change the word mother. In a 1,000-page budget bill, which is exactly how these things go, by the way, attempted to change the word mother to inseminated persons. We've been called it all as women, as mothers. right? Like cervix havers, uterus owners, menstruators, bleeders, chest feeders, birthing people, like the list goes on. Inseminated persons takes the cake. There's not a whole lot more dehumanizing than that. That's like what you refer to cattle as. So I'm reading the red line of this bill. And immediately, of course, I stop in my tracks when I see the word mother crossed out and replaced with inseminated person. And the first word, or the first question that pops into my mind is, oh gosh, what are they going to change father to? Because, of course, the counterpart of inseminated persons would, I guess, be inseminator. But no, that's not what they changed father to. Father was changed to natural parent. Now tell me more specifically, there's not a war on women. This war on woke, it hasn't been won. So again, Gen Z, hear me when I say this. You're not crazy for thinking the world has temporarily lost its mind. You're not racist for wanting a strong and secure border, for seeing the value in that. You're not hateful for insisting that tampons don't belong in boys' bathrooms, contrary to what Tim Walz says. I know it can still feel like we are the minority, even with Donald Trump back in the White House, but we're not. We are the counterculture, and we have work to do. So speak up, show up, pay attention to what's happening, not just on the national stage, but what's happening locally. Keep Christ first. Don't just play defense. Go on offense. Build families. Build faith. Build the future. Again, too often I hear people say that we are the ones who are going to destroy America. It's Gen Z that's going to destroy America. I vehemently disagree with this. I believe it's the generation that came before us that ultimately failed us. I believe that Gen Z is going to save America. So let's prove those people wrong. Last thing that I want to speak pretty plainly about now that I'm 30 weeks pregnant, and will welcome a little girl into this world in just 2 months. Now that I feel her kicking around. Now that I've heard her heartbeat at that very first appointment, I've seen her little tiny hands, her little tiny feet. I've always been, to provide some clarity to this, I've always been pro-life. From the perspective of understanding we have a God who condemns the shedding of innocent blood and who breathes purpose into every life, whether in the womb or outside of the womb. That being said, being pregnant since conception, it has made me radically pro-life. It has made the thought, the idea of abortion hurt deeply and really viscerally. Abortion, it says that life in the womb is only valuable if it's wanted. Gender ideology says a woman is only a woman if she feels like one. Neither of these ideas recognize the inherent dignity, the design, and the worth that comes with being created male or female, or with carrying a child. And at the bottom, the heart of both of these lies, profiting from both of these lies, is Planned Parenthood. This organization is not a champion for women or for children as they claim to be. It's a business. It is a business that made just last year alone $1.9 billion in total revenue, receiving $792 million in taxpayer funds. That's money from you and me. We involuntarily funded this organization. Think about that. While families are struggling to afford groceries or gas, we're being forced to fund an organization that terminates nearly 400,000 babies every single year and pushes this radical gender ideology onto vulnerable children. Planned Parenthood, they claim to fight for reproductive health, healthcare freedom, that's what they say. Where was that healthcare freedom in 2021, by the way? No, these are the same tyrants who fired healthcare workers, who fired U.S. military members, who fired school teachers. But let's be honest, It's not healthcare what we're seeing, it's harm. They profit off of confusion. They profit off of fear, of pain, of vulnerability, of insecurity. They encourage minors to go on to puberty blockers, to get abortions, to sterilize their bodies, often without parental consent, little to no consultation, all under the guise of choice. But what kind of choice is it when it's rooted in a lie? When Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry tell women that their babies are just clumps of cells or just a lump of tissue, what they're doing is something far more sinister than lying. They are severing the natural connection between a mother and her child. They are normalizing violence against the most vulnerable and calling it a choice. But no mother that I know, no real advocate for women wants her empowerment to come at the cost of her own child's life. Again, what they're selling is not compassion. It's fear. It's convenience dressed up as freedom. It's $1 billion business that profits off of panic, vulnerability, and insecurity, not empowerment. As I said, in just a few short weeks, I'm bringing life into this world. A little girl, again, I've heard her heartbeat all the way back when when I was only 8 weeks along. I feel her move. Again, seeing her little tiny frame on the ultrasound, she at this point could be aborted at this stage of development, or raised to believe that she's not really a girl at all. And I'm not okay with that. I refuse to let her grow up in a world that tells her she has to apologize for being female, or to pretend that biology is bigotry, or that life only matters if it's convenient. The future that I want for her is one that is rooted in truth, where women are honored, not erased, where motherhood is celebrated, not treated like a burden, and where every human, no matter how small or dependent, is protected, not discarded. And by the way, many pro-lifers were hesitant to support President Trump, claiming that he wasn't pro-life enough. But you name me another president who has defunded one of the most sinister, profit-driven, murderous organizations this world has ever seen with the passage and the signage of the Big Beautiful Bill. Unfortunately, it was watered down to defund Planned Parenthood for only 1 year, as opposed to the proposed 10, meaning, of course, again, there's still work to do. But President Trump is the most pro-life president that we have seen in modern history. This moment that we're living in, it's not just a political moment, it's a moral one. These issues, the issues that I've been discussing, that have granted me the platform that I now have, it's not a matter of right versus left or red versus blue. It's about truth versus lies. It is life versus death. It is freedom versus fear. And the good news is that we are winning. But only if we stay bold, only if we stay awake, only if we stay united. They've tried desperately to cancel us, to silence us, to erase us, but we're still here. We're growing. We're just really getting started. And one more thing, actually, the last thing I will say, as I feel a sense of moral obligation, truthfully, again, given that I've been blessed with this platform that I have, largely for being a voice for the voiceless, those who are too fearful to use their own voice, this platform for protecting the most vulnerable, protecting children, protecting women. I want to say, number one, I serve Christ, not any politician. And with that being said, there is no way that we are going to act like the proven harm and abuse that Jeffrey Epstein has caused never happened. His victims deserve so much better than that. There is no line to walk when it comes to sex trafficking, especially the exploitation and sex trafficking of minors. Again, it's this right here. This is the future. And to see this, it makes me feel more hopeful than anything I've seen or felt in the past 173 days thus far. Knowing that the world that we're all working towards, the future that we are fighting for, is the world that my daughter will grow up in. And so I'm eternally grateful and indebted to you all, to Charlie Kirk, to Turning Point USA, and I hope to see you guys on your campus later this year. So thank you guys very much.
Shout out to Riley Gaines. She's doing her thing. She's about to be a mom. It's a big duty and responsibility to be a mother. I can tell you that much. But I'm not a mother. I used to have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful mother to my child. And, I see how she took it. It was a big responsibility. And it is a big responsibility. Anyway, Kristi Noem has a lot to say as well. You got to give credit to Charlie Kirk, man. That man started this movement and it's growing rapidly. Here we go.
You guys all look like a bunch of great Americans. Thank you so much for welcoming me here tonight. What an honor to be with all of you. What did you say? Yes, I am your governor. And now I work for your president as your Secretary of Homeland Security. Listen, I spent the day today with a bunch of officers out arresting bad guys and getting them off the streets. Aren't you grateful for our law enforcement officers? In fact, I want to do this. I'm sure my team put together a fantastic speech for me to give to you, and I will use some of it, but I'm going to go a little off the rails here a little bit because that's the mood that I'm in. But I want you all to stand up with me, and we're going to cover our law enforcement officers in prayer right now. Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we just come before you tonight grateful. We come before you extremely thankful for the blessings that you have given us, Lord, recognizing that we are a privileged people living in the greatest experiment on earth. Lord, you have given us a country that defends our freedoms and our liberties, and you have surrounded us with good men and women who care about the rule of law, who every single day stand up and they defend the oath that they have taken to protect people. Lord, we were created to serve you. The purpose you've placed inside of us as human beings is to serve other people, and when we serve other people, we will be happier because we are fulfilling the purpose for which you have created us. Lord, I just ask right now that you would put your hand and a covering over every single law enforcement officer in this country. Lord, that you would build a hedge of protection around them. And Lord, as they go out and they defend our streets from rioters, from violent criminals, from people who would wish to do others harm, Lord, that you would give them a peace that passes all understanding. That you would keep your hand on them and their families, protect them, keep them safe, and help them to know, Lord, that they are standing for right, that they are standing for good, that they are fighting evil, and that they are fulfilling the purpose to which you have called them. Dear Lord, we thank you and we praise you for each of and every single one of them, Lord, and I ask that everyone in this room and all of America would find ways to bless our law enforcement officers, Lord. Bless them, have their backs, defend them, stand for what's right, and to continue to walk in the purpose for which you've called each and every one of us. In your name, amen. 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 Thank you. We love you too. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being a part of Turning Point and a part of an organization that not only seeks to bring together people and have civil discussions on policies and what this country is about and world events and what's going on and what we can do as far as being engaged, but an organization that seeks to have an informed public. an informed public can have a better discourse about what our policies are, what our future is, and can continue to set America apart from other countries in the world. I'm so grateful for this organization, for Charlie and his vision, for those who support him, and for each and every one of you who come here and recognize that you are the future. Listen, I feel like, my job is really weird, actually. If you guys want to know what my job is, my background is as a farmer and a rancher. Many of you have heard me speak here before. Many of you have heard me speak here before as governor of South Dakota. I had the chance to, I love these South Dakota guys, and thanks for showing up. I had the chance to speak here before as governor of South Dakota, but my background is mostly in business. I served in Congress for a period of time as governor, and now when President Trump called me and asked me to be his secretary, actually what he did is he called me and asked me if I would like to be involved in his administration somehow, and what job would I be interested in. He said, Christy, I know people have talked to you before about different cabinet positions, maybe interior, ag, something like that, and I said, Mr. President, what I would most like to do for you is to be your Secretary of Homeland Security. And he said, really? Why? And I said, sir, because it is your number one priority. It's your number one priority, and I think that you're going to have somebody who's actually strong enough to do it, that it's a hard job, and somebody's going to actually have to follow through on it. And I also think that you need somebody who can communicate about it, someone who is a wife and a mom and a grandma that can talk to families and recognize how the policies and what we're doing to make our country safer is better for all Americans and will help protect our communities for our kids and our grandkids to grow up and have the same opportunities that we have each and every day. I'm just so blessed and honored that he gave me that privilege to serve in this role. Now, the Department of Homeland Security was created after 9/11. It was created in response to the terror attacks that hit the New York City and the World Trade Towers. And it was a bunch of different agencies in the federal government all put under one umbrella whose mission is to defend the security of the homeland and to do so with honor and integrity. Therefore, I have 23 different components in my agency. You know that it is my job and Customs and Border Protection's job and Border Patrol's job in order to go out and secure the border. President Trump has secured our border for the United States of America. He's given me fantastic partners in Tom Homan and Stephen Miller and Rodney Scott, Todd Lyons, who's out there running ICE for us. We want to thank all of our light ICE officers for what they do every day on interior enforcement as well. We have over 99% of the people that were coming through the Darien Gap over a year and a half ago. Do you remember the hundreds of thousands of people that were coming through there, coming into the United States of America? Now we have reverse migration, going the opposite direction out of the United States back to their home countries. A 94% decrease in people coming to the border. And for the last 2 months, we've had 0 illegal aliens coming into this country, which is absolutely remarkable. But beyond that, under the Department of Homeland Security, I also have a responsibility for USCIS, which is our citizenship visa waiver programs, and how we let people come into our country and be our guests. And I will be very firm in telling all of you there will never be amnesty under my watch or President Trump's watch. I'll also tell you that I have responsibility for TSA. You don't have to take your shoes off anymore. I think it was the first day I got this job, I walked into TSA and said, do we really have to take our shoes off? I mean, does it really make us safe and more secure? And that's what I think is number one. My job is to question every single thing that this government does. And if it doesn't make sense, if it doesn't serve the people, if it doesn't make us safe, if it doesn't defend freedom, we should not be doing it. We should not be doing it. We also, under my department, are going after Harvard. They refuse. And any other university that refuses to turn over their background checks and criminal activity of the students that are on their campus, and if they refuse to defend our Jewish students and allow participation of anti-Semitic activity, they are not going to be allowed to have students and participate in our SEVIS program. I'm also very proud of the fact that I have the supervisory authority over the U.S. Coast Guard. Aren't you proud about what the U.S. Coast Guard just did in Texas to help those individuals? Texas just went through an incredible tragedy with the flooding event that happened and is still looking for their loved ones and for children and have been absolutely devastated. And the individuals who showed up there from the Coast Guard, from Border Patrol, those individuals from the BORTAC teams, from FEMA that showed up immediately and supported that state in its response to its individuals. I'm so proud of them because for the very first time, we acted in a way that disaster response should. You know, the way statute lays out is that every emergency that happens in this country should be locally executed. That means the people that are closest to that emergency need to be the ones making the decisions to respond to people. It should be state managed, which means the state makes the decisions on how they're going to universally handle this disaster. And the federal government, our role should be to support. We should be there to support. We shouldn't be making the decisions. We should be sending the support that is necessary to get that state through that situation. And that's exactly how we implemented it in Texas and are continuing to do so to support Texas as it gets through this. And at the exact same time, New Mexico was flooding. North Carolina had some flooding events going on, and we continue to stand on watch to make sure that we're there to support people across this country, regardless if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, if you love freedom and if you love this country, we are going to be there for you to help support you and get you through the most challenging days of your lives. Now, I'm here tonight, and I'm not going to talk much longer. I guess it says I have 19 minutes. I'm not going to talk that long. But what I do want to talk to you about is that you guys are the future. People will tell you throughout life that there are things that will determine what you're going to be. They will tell you that the family that you're raised in or the city that you're in or the community is going to impact your future. I would disagree with that. People will tell you many times that your education will determine who you're going to be and what you will be. It'll open up doors for you and create new opportunities. I would say that I disagree with that. Our Department of Homeland Security interacts with all of those areas. It interacts with even the jobs that you're going to have. The one thing I want to remind all of you here today, and one of the important reasons why I think it's that you should recognize that you are here, is because what still makes the world move, what still will determine your success in life, is relationships, is the people that you meet, the people that you spend time with, the people that you talk to. I would encourage you to continue to stay involved, to go out there and to come to conferences like this, meet people, go shake hands. You never know when the next person that you meet may be your next mentor that will give you the greatest advice that turned your life around, that changed everything for you. The next person you meet may be the person that gives you a reference for your next internship or your first job position that you get, or maybe the scholarship that you need to get the degree that you want. Maybe you will meet somebody when you show up for an opportunity when that door is open that will be your next business partner. Don't leave this conference without recognizing that the most valuable thing that you gained here was the relationships that you built, the people that you talked to, and the people that you were with. I've got a team around me and staff with me that every single day help me do the job that I do, and I'm so proud of them. What most people don't know is that the team that I have around me, they leave me encouraging notes once in a while. They leave me little notes either on my desk. They might leave it in the vehicle when I get in the vehicle. If I check into a hotel room really late, they might leave a note on the desk in there. I want to tell you what note they left for me last night when I got here really late and checked into my hotel room. My advance team left for me a scripture verse. The scripture verse was from Hebrews 13:6. And this is what it said. It said, "So we say with confidence that the Lord is my helper. I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me?" And I just was so overwhelmed by them, the fact that they are so kind enough to be encouragers to me and to leave me notes like that and to remind me of perspective. That in this life, that all we need is a little bit of perspective about what life is, what hard things are, what challenging things are in front of us, but also what blessings we have in front of us. That scripture verse meant the world to me because in my job, many times we're dealing with people who can be violent, with criminals. I'm standing in situations where we're surrounded by people who've been impacted by criminal activity, and we're taking action against very dangerous people. Now, I don't wake up in my days being scared. I don't spend any time worrying or being afraid because I just think that's a waste of energy. But I will tell you that scripture verses like that say, we can say with confidence that we will not be afraid, that we will stand, and that what can mere mortals do for this? You see, I would challenge each of you to live a life of significance. You could make a decision right here today that you are deciding to live a life of significance, a life that matters, a life that will impact people and make a difference for the future. And I'm here just to tell you that we need you, that we absolutely need you for the future of this country. The Department of Homeland Security is an agency that's, I think, the second or third largest agency in the federal government, but it has one of the smallest budgets. Now, thanks to the president's big, beautiful bill that just passed, we'll have some new resources to put into securing this country and keeping it safe. We'll be able to hire more law enforcement officers, more ICE officers. Homeland Security trains our federal law enforcement officers. We'll be able to do that. We'll be able to equip the Coast Guard with what they need to do search and rescue, but also to go out there and help us with drug interdiction and to make sure that we're taking these illegal criminals and getting them out of our maritime borders and getting them out there. Help the Secret Service get the resources that they need. We'll be able to continue to do all of that thanks to President Trump's vision. But the one thing that I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, the fact is that when you live that life of significance, you will no longer be deprioritized like you were under the Biden administration. That with President Trump, every day you are his priority. You are the reason he closed the border. You're the reason he's getting the criminals off the streets. You're the reason he's fixing the colleges. You are the reason that he's out there fighting so hard to make sure our economy is strong, that you can get the job that you want, that you can get a wage where your family can go after and pursue their biggest dreams and hopes and go after them and raise your children here and continue to be blessed beyond measure, beyond most of the people in the rest of this world because you're in this great country. That's why President Trump gets out of bed every single day and why I appreciate him so much. I tell a lot of stories about my dad because my dad was a cowboy and he was tough. But I also tell people that he gave us impossible things to do. All the time, he gave us things that were just hard to do. And I think I told this story a few years ago at this conference, but I recognize some of you may be new here, so I'm going to tell it again. I'll give you one example of one of the greatest gifts that my dad ever did for us. I remember one day I was about 12 years old and it was harvest time on the farm. We were combining corn. We had filled a semi up with corn and he was driving it. I was in the passenger seat and he pulled it out of the field out onto the road and started to drive it down the road. When he realized, he said, "Oh, Christy, I forgot. I've got to take a different truck home. Here, jump over here, take the wheel, make your corners wide and I'll meet you in the yard." And he jumped out the door. So I dove across the cab, grabbed the wheel of the semi, started to drive, had no idea what I was doing. I didn't even know how to shift, stop, or anything. I took the widest corners I possibly could when I had to turn, drove the 7 miles home, and I remember when I got back into the farmyard, I didn't even know how to stop the semi. So I just turned it off and let it drift to a stop. I remember the very first thought that I had at that time was, I cannot believe that I lived. And the second thought that I had was that I bet I can drive anything now. It wasn't until years later I realized what my dad was doing with everything that he gave to me and to my brothers and my sister. when he gave us impossible things to do that we never thought we would accomplish, was that he was teaching us to become problem solvers. He was teaching us to figure things out and make our way through them. And then when we did something we never dreamed we could accomplish, it was giving us the confidence to take on the next biggest thing in front of us. It was going to give us that next challenging thing, the confidence to overcome it and to go out and to do it. See, life is all about perspective. I think we're crippling our children in this country. We're crippling our children by doing everything for them. Somehow we've taught the people in this country that hard things are bad and that we should avoid them. I would tell you hard things are good. They teach us who we are. They give us confidence. We need a world filled with problem solvers, and that's exactly who you are. You see, there's people every single day that go out and risk their lives so that we can stay free. There's men in our military, women that serve in our armed forces, law enforcement officers that keep us safe, keep us free. We don't know what hard is. We have no idea what sacrifice is compared to what some people are making for us. So I would ask you to keep the days ahead, the politics, the debates, the divisiveness that's out there. Keep it in perspective. Understand that sometimes hard things can burn off the trash, and that what can come out is a shining gold, clean American freedom that the entire country can embrace again, and that you are the future that's going to continue to defend it. And you're going to defend it because you have the confidence to do it, because you've been through something hard and you've done it before. You see, I referenced before that what we were given as a country was the greatest experiment in human history. We had a group of men and women that went to war with the greatest military machine in history in the world at the time. When the Revolutionary Army went to war, they picked up their own personal guns and muskets that they used to feed their family and went to war with the greatest military in the world. And they did it for freedom. And then they gave us this country. They gave us this country that's never been matched before. It might surprise some of you in the room to know that George Washington never signed the Declaration of Independence. You see, when the Declaration of Independence was voted on by the Continental Congress and it was sent out, John Hancock sent it out to George Washington, who was out with his troops. And 5 days later, he called all of his troops together so that they could all listen to it together when they were out there and what they have just been given in this new declaration. In fact, I want to read to you what General Washington said to his troops as he sat there on his horse with his military men and women, what he said to them before the Declaration of Independence was read to them out loud. He said, "The blessings and the protection of heaven are at all times necessary, but they're especially so in times of public distress and danger. The general hopes and trusts that every officer and every man will endeavor to live and to act as become a Christian soldier, defending the dearest rights and the liberties of his country." You see, even at that time, George Washington put his faith first, and then he called people to fight. He called them to go out there and to act as Christians, to go out there and to defend our rights and our freedoms. But when you go forward and do that with morals and with values and understand that every person out there is worth something in God's eyes, but yet we can disagree with them and still protect our freedoms and liberties, that's invaluable. And the general that gave us this country and became our first president understood it better than anybody else. You see, our founders pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honors for us. We haven't been asked to do that yet. Some of you may get asked to sacrifice some of your life. Today on my phone, I was getting videos of my grandkids riding horses at my ranch, and I was getting pictures of my family spending time together. And as I was looking at some of that and enjoying it from afar with them, I was realizing that I'm giving up some sacrifices. Is it anything like some have given up? No, not at all. Not at all. There's some people that have given up their fortunes. They've given up their personal wealth. President Trump is one of them, isn't he? To come forward and to defend our freedoms and our liberty. And then you've got some that gave up their sacred honor for our country. If you look at people who, like Nathan Hale, and people whose reputations and different things that over the years, and even I would say some who still fight for us today, lose their reputations because of the stand that they take for right and for wrong. What I would tell you, our founders pledged their lives, their fortunes, and sacred honor. You may be asked to do the same. But today you can make a decision. You can make a decision to live a life of significance, one that matters. In this room are not people who are going to sit on the sidelines. When you're here because you're engaged. I'm looking at the faces of our leaders, the leaders wherever you are in the circle of friends that you're in. When you have a conversation with people about politics, bring some history into it too. Help people recognize what they were given in this country and why we're so special. The last thing I want to leave you with is to be happy. I say that quite a bit at the end of my speeches, but it's amazing to me how people forget. How people forget that just because you woke up here in this country, in the United States of America, you are more blessed than 99% of the people in this world just because you woke up here and you woke up free. So with that, from the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you do. Yes, my job as the Secretary of Homeland Security is a complicated one. I've got a lot of agencies that need to be fixed and bureaucracy that needs to be gotten rid of, and people that need to be fired, and money that needs to be given back to taxpayers, and more bad hombres to get off the street, and I'll continue to do that. We're going to continue to get these criminals and these violent perpetuators of violence off of our streets. But I will tell you, what this country needs is not more Kristi Noem. What this country needs is you. We need you. We need you out there changing the hearts and minds of Americans. The conversations that you have. Go have conversations with people. Ask them questions why they believe what they believe. Listen to them, and then tell them about the great gift that this country is. May God continue to bless you. May God continue to bless this great country, and may God continue to bless President Trump as he leads us into battle and onward into freedom. Thank you.
Finally, an adult, okay? Finally, an adult is in the house. Shout out to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Absolutely profound, incredibly intelligent. Yes, this is what an American sounds like, not just pandering to what is going to cause more division. Shout out to Kristi Noem one more time. And this is for everybody. Do something about what you believe. Okay? If you believe you are a conservative, do something about it. If you are a liberal, do something about it. Why do you believe what you believe? Start a YouTube channel or go out and interview people. Like, support your beliefs, okay? Don't just be in your home and not support it, okay? So with that being said, shout out to Kristi Noem one more time. All right. Bannon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo, Tampa, yo, SAS, how you guys doing? We ready to win? Are you ready to win? Are you tired of winning yet? We haven't even started winning, right? Okay, love you guys too. You know why I love you guys? You're not the summer soldiers and sunshine patriots. You're the hardest core of the hardcore. You're the heart of the movement, right? You were with President Trump in 21 when they stole the 2020 election and he went back to Mar-a-Lago. Who had his back? You guys did, right? We have to, particularly after last night. Last night, I think, was one of the most historic. Were you guys all here in the audience last night? Was that historic? Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson. Those were historic speeches. Make sure in your diary, the notes you keep, particularly tell your kids and grandkids, you were in Tampa in 25 when that night, that Friday night, you had 3 of the greatest patriots in this country come down and lay it down, right? What did Megyn Kelly say? Megyn Kelly at the end said, it's a time for choosing. It's a time for choosing. And we just had, I think all of you just read the president's latest Truth Social? Have you read it? Okay. So here, let's have a partners discussion. We know, or we're told, that there's going to be a special prosecutor sometime named, I don't know, I believe in the next week or two. And that is going to go back to the very beginning of how the deep state tried to stop President Trump all the way to Crossfire Hurricane. Remember that? In the summer of 2016, where they tried to stop him from being president and install Hillary Clinton. And with Hillary Clinton, Merrick Garland as Supreme Court Justice, the country would have been gone. Donald Trump had the greatest come-from-behind victory against the headwind of the deep state trying to stop him. And this is one of the reasons this special prosecutor is going to look into it. After he won, what did they do immediately? The nullification project, the phony Russiagate with Brennan and this entire crowd, just a rollover from what they did in Crossfire Hurricane. It just continued on. Why? They wanted President Trump, they wanted to stop him from taking on the deep state. Now, think about it. He had the economy on a roll, he had everything on a roll, and then the Chinese Communist Party in 2020 dropped a bioweapon from the Wuhan lab, correct? No doubt about that? Then they stole the 2020 election. The special prosecutor, President Trump, take your Truth Social out. Let's deconstruct what President Trump is saying. He says we've got to look into the 2020 election. That is going to be purview of the prosecutor. So you have Crossfire Hurricane before he won. You're going to have the nullification project and the Russian hoax after he won to try to kill his first term. You're then going to have the stealing of the 2020 election. And guess what? Let's throw in January 6th, right? January 6th. Now, I would strongly recommend in that, because I've argued for this from the beginning, that in that arc of looking at how the deep state has tried to stop Trump and the MAGA movement, you can easily fit in the Epstein situation, right? If you want the full release of documents, the special prosecutor gets it, and here's why. Epstein is a key that picks the lock on so many things. Not just individuals, but also institutions, intelligence institutions, foreign governments, and who was working with him on our intelligence apparatus and in our government. This is why it's a time for choosing now. We have to decide right now and back the president and say, hey, look, all of your great work, you just heard Tom Homan, you're about to hear Kristi Noem, of closing the border. How did we get 10 or 11 or 12 or 20 million on Biden's watch? That was a plan they had. That wasn't random. That has to be investigated and people held accountable like all these other things. This is why the Justice Department is clearly overwhelmed with what they're working on. The FBI is overwhelmed. We only have 2 guys at the FBI. We have a handful of people at the Justice Department. The special counsel or special prosecutor can take on many projects and add people to it. You have to get to the bottom of how the invasion took place, why we now have to put up $170 billion in the latest bill to do this. We have to have a time for choosing. Here's my recommendation we do. I call them the Tampa Resolves. And it's very simple. Coming out of Tampa, it's like the revolution. They had the Virginia Resolves, and they would make these commitments to themselves before the Declaration of Independence. Number one, it's very simple. The deep state must be destroyed to free the American people. Is there any question about that? Is there any question about that? We have to destroy the deep state, and this is elements of the Pentagon, the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA, certain elements that work under DNI, those 17 intelligence agencies, also parts of the State Department, the USAIDs of the world. That inner apparatus controls the government, and when President Trump tries to do something, they're always trying to thwart his actions, right? You see the leaks. When Homan's sending these brave men and women into Los Angeles to do these raids, like the raid about the children trafficked to the marijuana farm to work, they're lying in wait for him. They're lying in wait for the agents. They got weapons to shoot. How does the protesters? Because somebody inside leaked it to them. Somebody inside leaks it to the media. That's the deep state every day. It must be destroyed. We're not free. The second resolve is quite simple. You don't give the deep state the consent of the governed. Therefore, it's your responsibility to destroy it. It's a sacred duty and a responsibility of the American people, American citizens. No cavalry is going to come and save you. No foreign country is going to come and save you. No Deus ex machina is going to come down. No fairy dust is going to appear. You have to do it yourself, correct? It's our responsibility. And number 3, whoever is not with us is against us, right? If you're not with us, you can't be neutral in this. If you're with us, you're with us. If you're neutral, oh, I don't know, then you're against us. This has to happen. And President Trump, I think you're going to see in what he's identifying these prosecutors, he's going after it. He's going after who set up Crossfire Hurricane. He's going after the Russia hoax. He's going to go after the 2020 election and how it was stolen and who's responsible for it being stolen, right? And I hope he gets to January 6th. You got to get to January 6th. When I was in prison, you had these January 6th people that had just walked by the Capitol. And what were they? They were sitting there in prison for nothing more than supporting the President of the United States. Now, here's why we have to do this. You are the tip of the spear. You helped President Trump, assisted him in winning the 2016 election and come from behind. You won the 2020 election with 11 million more votes than we got in 2016. No president's ever done that. He had 74 million votes, and they still stole it from him. In 24, remember, on that morning, MSNBC and people are laughing at you and mocking you. They thought Kamala Harris up until 7 or 8 o'clock at night, when it was quite obvious that some of the exit polls are correct and President Trump was going to win a sweeping victory. They're all smug as they've always been. They thought they were going to win until the last second when President Trump won a sweeping victory. This is what you've delivered. Your victories backing President Trump are unparalleled, not simply in American history, in all history. So now we have to get down to it. Because President Trump, and I'm a big believer President Trump's going to run again at 28. We'll figure this out, right? Until somebody can prove to me that you can get low propensity voters without him on the ticket, then President Trump's going to the ticket. President Trump is unique in American history. You've had General Washington, you've had Abraham Lincoln, now you got Donald Trump. The 3 greatest presidents we ever had. And the reason he may actually be greater, when he went back to Mar-a-Lago, when the Republican Party abandoned him and Fox News abandoned him and the left was coming after him and the deep state was then going to put him in prison, bankrupt him, smear his family, no American in history saw what was in front of him of all the challenges, right? All the challenges of going to prison for 300 years, of being bankrupt, of all. He made a conscious decision to come back. And you know why he did that? Because of you. He knew there were people out there that had his back. This is why we had the greatest victory come from behind victory ever. 24 will be studied in the history books forever. Now, that coalition is built upon people like yourself with this foundational element. Of course, we got the tech bros and other people. That's fine. We'll figure this out as we go. We're building a coalition bigger than FDR's in 1932. That's what we have to continue to build. The only thing that can stop us is ourselves. You know what can stop us? Cynicism. If we don't look into these things and expose these things to the American people and that you can see the evidence so that you can be comfortable, hey, I fully understand it, if 2% or 3% or 4% become so cynical and say, hey, look, I just don't believe in anything anymore, we're not going to win any more elections. This is so obvious. It's so tight right now where you're going to win by 10, 20,000 votes. We need to have not just every one of your votes. We need to have you motivated as you've been motivated to knock on doors, to canvass, to get people out to vote. That's how we won in 24. We have to see this through to the end. You know, I'm a fighter. And this fight is the fight before us, because we could do all the tax cuts in the world. We could close the border for a while. We could do all these amazing things, which President Trump is doing. He's absolutely correct. He's on a roll. He's the hottest any president's ever been. We're doing it. However, if we don't get into what really tries to control the country, the deep state, and take it apart. And by the way, if we got rid of, I don't know, 100,000 or 200,000 billets and people, we'd have control of this. And I mean, cut the FBI by half, cut the CIA by half, cut 3/4 of the State Department, right? Cut the Defense Department by a third. Cut every department and start cutting them in half. Let's go back to the Roman Empire. You ever heard of Cato the Elder? Heard of Cato the Elder? You guys are always the best. You're always a step ahead of me. So Cato the Elder was a very conservative senator in the Roman Republic. And his wisdom, he was looked upon as a wise individual. But he had one obsession, and that was Carthage. He realized the Roman Republic would never be truly free while they had this competitor, Carthage. So whatever was up, whether it was education policy or tax policy or a budget or anything, cleaning up Rome, putting in new sewers, aqueducts, he always finished every speech, and he was the greatest speaker in the Senate. Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. Why? He knew if he imprinted that time and time and time again in the Roman Senate, eventually people would come his way and say, you know what? We don't care how many wars it's taken to take on Carthage. It must be destroyed. That's the deep state. Deep state delenda est. It must be destroyed, and it's your responsibility to do it. If we don't have the president's back, you're going to be mocked and ridiculed. Oh, these are conspiracy theories. These are conspiracy theories. Well, you know what? The conspiracy theories that you guys focused on turned out they weren't conspiracy theories. They were conspiracy facts. The coming days and week, as these crises converge, after 10 years after President Trump came down the golden escalator, as they converge, trust me, you think it's been tough before, it's going to get very bumpy. On Monday, the situation in Ukraine right now, the NDAA, the Senate, is passing in secret an increase to Ukrainian arms of $500 million a year. I know this audience does not support that, but this is what the pressure is going to be in the Senate, in the House, among the deep state, to get us into war after war after war after war. And forget that the main war is the enemy within and what we've allowed inside our gates. The enemy within must be addressed. And inside these gates, the cities of Los Angeles and Chicago and New York City, with this group of radicals about to win and take over New York City, that's the enemy within. We have 10. Tucker said 61 million. I don't care if it's 10 or 20. They all must be deported. Mass deportations now, amnesty never. If you falter, if you quit, if you say it's too hard, I don't believe anything anymore, we will lose. But if you hunker down and say, I'm with this, as long as it takes, as hard as it is, right, as many sacrifices I have to make, I guarantee you we will be victorious just like we were in 24. Tampa SAS, you're the best.
Okay, Steve. All right, Steve Bannon. Yeah, that was good. All right. Now, this lady right here, turning heads. I tell you that much. Turning heads. Paulina Luna. Okay, she's out here doing her thing. Here we go. Paulina Luna, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Tampa. For those of you who might not know who I am,
Oh,
my
we know
name
who you
is
are.
Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna.
Oh, we
and
know
I
who
have
you
the
are.
Joy, thank you. I have the joy and privilege of representing Florida's 13th Congressional District in Pinellas County.
Oh, yeah, we know. We know. You ain't got to tell us. We know.
Thank you, thank you. But you know, standing here today, when I initially started out, I never envisioned that I would have a career in politics. I did not come from a particularly political family. I was born to a very young single mom. My dad was in and out of jail. By the time I had been maybe around 10 years old, I'd walked into an armed robbery. I had a cousin that was murdered. I'd attended multiple high schools, one of which there was a gang shooting on campus. And for all argument's sakes, according to statistics, I probably should have been a high school dropout, teen mom, and on drugs. But at 19, I joined the military, which truly was the best decision of my life. It's where I met my husband, Andy, and it's where I was, thank you, and it's where I was able to put myself through college. Eventually, I ended up taking the MCAT twice and had this goal and objective of becoming a military physician. But it was during my gap year when I was volunteering as a counter-trafficking activist that I really had my turning point moment. You see, prior to 2016, then candidate Trump was talking about the correlation with an open border and human trafficking. And I think most people will agree that open borders hurts people on both sides. Here I was, a female Hispanic veteran, granddaughter of immigrants, and I argued that it wasn't racist or xenophobic to want border security, yet I was called a race traitor. They would actually always make fun of me and call me a coconut. It means that you're brown on the outside or white on the inside, of which I would always respond, well, I'm more like a vanilla wafer, and that seemed to really tick them off. But in my opinion, if you're given a position of power or a platform and you don't speak out against injustices, you're just as complicit as the injustice that occurred. And I noticed something. I saw that the media was lying. I kept seeing these images of women and children, yet the very same media outlets weren't talking about the rape, the trafficking, whether it was labor for sexual purposes that was taking place. I made a video like any good millennial will do, and it went pretty viral, talking about why I believed in border security and why I supported President Trump. And eventually I was invited to an event called the Young Women's Leadership Summit, which if you've been there today, shout out to all the women in the audience. It was at that event I realized I wasn't the only one. And shortly thereafter, I kid you not, one day before I was supposed to go to medical school, Charlie Kirk calls me and says, "Hi, Ana, my name's Charlie Kirk, and I'd like to offer you the job as the National Hispanic Outreach Director for Turning Point USA." So I literally, thank you. I had 24 hours to decide what I was going to do. Was I going to go down one path, which was medicine, or was I going to go down a very different path that seemed like I was being pushed in the direction of politics? And after thinking about it and talking to one of my mentors, I realized that I could help people in a way that I probably could have never dreamed of through medicine, and that was through legislation. The impact and the reach I would be able to have, I could actually potentially bring the change and be the change that I wanted to see happen in this country. So in 2020, I decided to run for office. And in 2020, I was not successful, but when you fail, you try again, and you will be successful, I promise you that. Everyone remembers that BLM was a summer of love, and I promise you, I'm not just telling you this to bore you, I'm not just telling you this to make you feel bad about the life and circumstances which I was born into, but this all correlates, because when you're in your biggest struggles, I do believe it's God putting you there, preparing you for something. In 2022, despite being outspent $12 million to one, having my own party back a pedophile defense attorney against me, I won my election. And it was a massive learning curve. You would think that when you go to Congress that they send you there and they want to teach you how to legislate and they want to teach you how to put forward and do the right thing, but they don't. They want you to go up there, go to the lobbyist parties, they want to dine you, but they don't actually want you to advocate and do what you promised to do on the campaign trail. So I read the rule manual. It's crazy what happens when you read books. Read it multiple times, in fact. And shortly after getting elected, I had this egregious hit piece come out from the Washington Post. Just real quick, how do we feel about the Washington Post? I told you a little bit earlier about the background in which I came from, and this hit piece tried to discredit everything about my life. They try to say that I was a registered Democrat in the state of Washington, of which they had to retract because that's provably false. They actually were able to access my military records as a sitting member of Congress, contact my old supervisors trying to dig up dirt on me. They reached out to my mom and asked for proof of death that my grandmother passed away HIV positive. They even went as far as saying that I made up my father's incarceration record. Little did they know that I had receipts for all of that, but they didn't want to print the truth because people like me on the left, we're not supposed to exist. We're supposed to be Democrats, we're supposed to be leftists, and we're supposed to embrace, especially if you're Hispanic, we are supposed to embrace open borders. They want us to pretend that all Hispanics are legal and say nothing about labor trafficking or child trafficking affecting our communities. And I'm not going to be silent on that matter. Had that article not come out, had I not have the facts to back me, Time magazine would never investigate it, and even though their hit piece was meant to destroy me, it actually ended up empowering me. In fact, Time magazine named me as the next 100 most influential people in the world next to J.D. Vance. In that same congressional cycle, so in the 118th Congress, I was the member of Congress that censured Adam Schiff for his hoax in the Russia collusion and going after President Donald Trump. And I was also the member that led the fight against Merrick Garland, a corrupt attorney general who protected Joe Biden in his cognitive decline, and 4 Republicans voted against holding Merrick Garland in inherent contempt. It just goes to prove the corruption that we have within our own party that needs to be flushed. Drain the swamp indeed, and the swamp is real, I promise you that. In 2024, because of my work and efforts in the previous Congress, I was charged with a task force to investigate some of the most grisly crimes in U.S. history, starting out with the assassination of John F. Kennedy. What I can tell you, and I would say that this model of transparency in the declassification of the JFK records is literally what they should be doing with Jeffrey Epstein. The administration released tens of thousands of documents, and I will say credit due where it's deserved. The CIA director, Radcliffe, was the only CIA director in U.S. history who was able to release something called the Joe Nedes files. What this file proved, and it had been hidden for over 60 years, was without a doubt, and this is not my analysis, this is not my opinion, this is based on evidence that we have backings on. Without a doubt, the CIA engaged in a cover-up of the JFK assassination. The CIA lied to Congress. Joe Nedes, who was a CIA operative, did indeed have contact and was observing Lee Harvey Oswald, who in my opinion was a patsy and cover for multiple shooters in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. If you would have said that last year, a couple years ago, they would have called you a conspiracy theorist. Yet every single person in this room knows conspiracy theory is only a matter of time before it's proven correct. See, for most members of Congress, their job is just to vote. But for me, it's far much more than that. It is to weed out the systemic corruption infecting the cancer on this country. And the only way that you can do it, you don't make peace with evil, you don't make peace with corruption, you destroy it. Which brings me to my next thing. These LA riots, these anti-ICE riots. When I saw those, I looked at this from an activist perspective. Who's funding these riots? Where are they coming from? Right? Follow the money trail. Now, credit due where it's deserved, because I don't believe that this woman deserves enough credit, but there are 2 people that actually helped flush out these connections on the financial ties. The first one is an individual by the name of Data Republican. Her name's Jenica on X. And the other person who I think probably might be here today is Laura Loomer. Now I want to tell you what I learned. And when we were able to discover some of the work of these citizen journalists, we were able to actually send out letters requesting testimony, and I'll get to that in a second, to an individual by the name of Neville Singham. Now, when you look at Neville Singham's background, he's a billionaire Marxist who was made a billionaire by taking money from the Communist Chinese Party. The money then transferred from the CCP to an organization called the Party for Socialism and Liberation, of which then turned around and organized these anti-ICE riots. But why all of a sudden Mexican flags? Do you guys remember the Summer of Love and these mostly peaceful riots? They were BLM flags. In fact, the Democrat Party used a dead black man by the name of George Floyd to fundraise for their 2020 election, and no one wants to talk about that. The main difference between that and then is nothing, just a different flag. And in fact, they're doing the same thing. They're using the guise of targeting people based on race, social, economic class, changing the flags, fundraising off of it, and using it for political talking points. It's not really about immigrants. It's not really about protecting innocent people. It's not about women and children. And as you saw on some of these farm raids that just took place yesterday in California, our own government was able to free multiple children that were being hired to work on these, not even hired, they were being forced to work on these farms. And I think everyone in this room will agree that child labor and exploitation is unacceptable in a free country. Now, what I will say is there's a really good movie. Who's seen the movie Kingdom of Heaven? Okay, if you guys haven't seen that movie, you really need to watch it. It's a great movie. But there's a quote in that movie, and it really resonates with me. It says, "Your soul is yours keeping alone. Even those who presume to play you be kings or men of power. When you stand before God, you cannot say, 'But I was told by others to do thus,' for their virtue was not convenient at the time. This will not suffice. Remember that." It means that every single person here has a choice to do the right thing. It doesn't matter what position you're at, but if you're in a position of power and you choose to not do the right thing, watch out. See, this party is no longer our grandfather's GOP. We've changed, and I think that that's evident. We are the People's Party. We value truth and understand that only through transparency can that be accomplished through trust. We defend the Second Amendment. We understand that children are a blessing and the backbone of a strong country is the nuclear family. We understand that forever wars only hurt us and that it is only truly accomplished with peace through strength. We embrace the famous words of one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. It is your responsibility and obligation to stay in the fight, to rise to the occasion and be our next generation of leaders and fighters. Thank you. I'm not the only one that needs you. This country needs you. And I can tell you that based on what I've seen in Washington, D.C., I can promise you I'm not going to be there in the next 20 years. I don't want to. It's corrupt, and we need your help to truly drain the swamp. Together, we will keep this country great. Turning Point's just informed me, too, that I have a couple minutes to take some questions from the crowd, so I'm going to be opening it up to you guys in a minute. But I do want to say this. I didn't do this job because it was convenient. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's incredibly hard. It's a big sacrifice for the family, but I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. Because right now, we need young leaders who will speak the truth, sometimes calling out our own party. If we don't have your voice, we will lose this country, and you're seeing that with some of the elections taking place around this country. Now, everyone says every election is truly important, but when you see them electing open communists, when you see money coming in from the Communist Chinese Party, when you see systemic government corruption, I'm telling you right now, we need your voice to fight it. God bless all of you. Thank you so much for being here today. God bless the state of Florida, and God bless this great American country. Now, if you guys can please line up here, I'll take some questions from the audience. Right up here, find a microphone, and we'll go from there.
Hi.
Wait, what are we doing? Trump?
I really respect all of the work that you've done on the pro-life movement and speaking out against abortion and all of the things that Planned Parenthood and the abortion industry is doing against unborn life. I would love for you to speak a bit about the IVF industry and then what that also does for unborn life and what we need to be concerned about with in vitro fertilization.
I actually think that I hold the same position that the president does, and that IVF can be done in a responsible fashion. What I will tell you is that I think the conversation surrounding that, though, right now is very convoluted. In my experience and from what I've heard, when people are being impacted by fertility issues, and this goes into what's in our food product, what people have been exposed through the medical industry and why there's such a big population decline right now. I have actually been one of the few Republicans to co-sponsor legislation on that exact topic. And so I think the whole idea that there is an IVF industrial complex does prevent, I guess, the discussion on if you have a one-to-one embryo transfer and you respect it in that sense, how much of a beautiful thing it can be for actually families that struggle with infertility. But again, it takes a responsible conversation, and I think that we have to not run from those conversations, but have them face to face.
And then on your right, this will be the last question.
Hi, my name is Mayan, and I was wondering if you thought that we would ever have a female president as a female congresswoman.
Yeah, I think that it's going to probably happen in my lifetime, but I think that when someone's running for president, they should not run on the fact that they're just a woman. I think that qualifications get us there. But on that same topic, I do think that there's going to be many Democrat females running for president in the next election cycle, and I think that they're going to run on a few things. I think that they're going to run on immigration. They're going to run on the images of deportations. And so it's going to take everyone, whether or not you're a man or a woman, taking a stand against them and their propaganda machine. I want to take a few more questions, though. There was a lot of young kids lined up, so if that's okay with you guys, if you guys can just, some of the kids that came back over here. Thank you. Spot's on you. Hold on, wait 1 second so there's a mic so they can hear. We'll take 5, so rock, paper, scissors.
Congresswoman Luna, I have a lot of respect for you as a congresswoman because you sponsor legislation that would give child abusers the death penalty. That's a big reason why I respect you. I got a good question. What type of work have you done with the Trump administration to crack down on child abusers, especially right near the southern border, and what more is there to be done?
I'm really glad that you asked this question. So what you're not noticing in the press and the media, any mainstream outlet aside from, I think, Fox News and then, of course, some of the independent networks, is this administration has done an incredibly amazing thing in deporting actual rapists, child exploiters, all of it. In fact, just today was announced that they actually found 10,000 of the over 300,000 missing children under the Biden administration. Now, it's not up to the White House, though, for the policy changes. It actually has to come from Congress. And so I'm going to call out my own party. Why have people not got on board to legislation to increase the mandatory minimums for child rapists and pedophiles in this country? Should it not be the platform of the pro-family party and the GOP to do that? So yes, we absolutely have to get aggressive, but there's been a lot of lethargy, and frankly, people who don't want to take tough votes, but in my opinion, pedophiles deserve the death penalty. There's no rehabilitating a predator.
Congresswoman Luna, thank you for all the work you've done on releasing the JFK files and trying to get the Epstein files released. A good friend of yours, Steve Bannon, who I'm also a huge fan of, did an interview with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, and he recorded almost 15 hours of footage interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. There has never been an interview with Jeffrey Epstein publicly released, except some of the depositions and whatnot. Would you ask Steve Bannon to release this footage now? Because I think it's very relevant and might give us some insight into what Jeffrey Epstein's motivations are and whatnot.
Well, I think you just asked him for us, right? That's actually the first time I'm hearing of that, but yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing that footage, and I think the American people would too.
Moving into the 2026 midterms, how do we get over the trend that the party in the White House loses seats in Congress, and just how do we move forward?
Well, according to the polling I'm seeing, we're not losing any seats. That's I think that that's a historical record will reflect that. But again, you know, I feel like 10% of us in Congress do 90% of the work. And so it's our whole goal and objective to push the party into codifying and getting off our bums and actually doing the right thing by maybe doing our jobs in Washington. And so if you guys can continue to help with that message, that would be great. Thank you guys. God bless. We'll talk soon.
All right. So that was Mrs. Luna. All right, here we go. We have someone who I truly, definitely respect a lot, but has been playing the backseat role for some reason. I don't know why, but here we go. Storm. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard, ladies and gentlemen. Tulsi Gabbard. Here we go, Tulsi.
Man, is it good to see you all. This is the best way to end the week. Good to get away from DC, but seeing all of you, and I've been sitting back there listening to the incredible speakers and the questions that you're asking. Russell Brand. I don't know if I took a breath the whole time he was talking. I love you too, man, wherever you are. Thank you. Thank you. It is truly awesome and energizing to be here with all of you. I hope that you are feeling energized and inspired by all of the incredible speakers, Brett Cooper, Riley Gaines, everyone coming through here. But I just want to tell you that you inspire me, seriously. You know, DC, there are some good days and there are some dark days, but what keeps me going are people like you. People like you who made it possible for President Trump to get elected and create this truly transformational and historic moment that we are living in here today. We are here because thousands of young leaders like you, great Americans all across the country, they put partisan politics aside and recognized the opportunity to bring in a president who would fight for every single American. And that's exactly what we're doing in Washington every day. When we look back, and I feel like, you know, it's been, what, 6 months-ish since President Trump has been in office, not even 6 months hardly. What happened in that year leading up to the election? It feels like such a long time ago, but I want to spend just a moment on this because it's important for us to recognize what Steve Bannon was just talking about, the deep state. When we go back and look at all of those days that President Trump had to spend in a courtroom because of the constant lawfare that was being waged against him by his political opponents and the deep state, who were terrified that the American people might choose to elect him once again. You look at all of the propaganda that was thrown his way, the lies, the smears, the attacks that were thrown his way, how many times they actually tried to throw him in jail. And even at that, man, that mugshot will go down in history as one of the best pictures ever. All of their attempts to take him off the ballot, as we were going through that, I often reflected at really what was behind it. They were there thinking, okay, we have all of this power, we need to silence him, undermining our democratic republic as they claim to be doing so to save democracy. But when we really take a step back, we recognize that they were acting out of fear. They were terrified of losing their perceived power. They're terrified of their own personal position or fame or profit or whatever the thing was. They were terrified, ultimately afraid of us. Terrified that in the United States of America, that was built on the foundation of these ideals of freedom and liberty for every single American, terrified that we may actually use our freedom, that we may lift up our voices and stand up for and work hard to bring about the vision that our founding fathers had for us. A government that is truly of, by, and for the people. To me, that is what President Trump's America First agenda is all about. That's why the deep state fought so hard to try to stop us from even having the freedom to choose who we wanted as our president and commander-in-chief. And despite their best efforts, we, the people, prevailed. And this memory of this, which every one of us played our own role in bringing about, is so important to keep at the forefront, because the deep state has not gone away. They exist within every single agency of the federal government, in the national security state, and the propaganda media. They are continuing to fight hard every single day, in spite of the fact that the voices of the people delivered this resounding victory for President Trump and to our country, saying unequivocally, we are coming together, Americans from all different backgrounds and different walks of life, saying we choose freedom. We choose peace. We choose to come together for truth. Not my truth or your truth or their truth, but fundamental, objective truth. We come together for common sense. And with President Trump's election, we, the people, have brought about this revolution that brings us back to our founding principles, that brings us back to our founding documents, our Constitution. This is the oath that we all swore, the oath to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And by the way, it is the same oath that every person who goes and works within the intelligence community takes. Every employee swears this oath. It's important for us to keep it front and center because it is foundational to who we are. That we remember what we are fighting for. When we talk about freedom, we are talking about freedom of speech. Remembering that it wasn't that long ago that we had parents speaking up for the safety and well-being of their children at Board of Education meetings, who under the Biden administration were then targeted as domestic violent extremists. We have to remember how, and these are documents that we will be declassifying and releasing very soon, about how on day one of the Biden administration, meaning January 21st of 2021, his national security advisor issued a memo essentially laying the groundwork for who they would be targeting as domestic violent extremists. And one of the documents that was ordered, one of the directives that was given in this memo, was to the Director of National Intelligence to come up with a document that went into very specific descriptions of what to look out for when we are looking for domestic violent extremists. And so what you'll see there are detailed descriptions of what we would later see the Biden administration target. Those who were complaining about or unhappy with COVID-19 mandates and policies. Parents who were afraid that their children might be forced to get the vaccine when they went to school against their parents' wishes. People who were expressing anti-authority views. I could go on in this list of people, groups, thoughts, free speech, they were labeled as domestic violent extremists, and then use that label to go and then force these tech companies, some of them were willing, some unwilling, to censor Americans' free speech in the name of going after domestic violent extremists. We have to expose their tactics and the playbook of the deep state so that we, the people, can make sure we never allow this to happen again. By electing President Trump, we chose our Constitution. We chose freedom of speech. We chose freedom to worship so that we can know that as we go to our place of worship, or if we worship in the privacy of our own homes, that we won't have to worry about the FBI thinking that we were suspicious or had to be surveilled as they did to those they labeled as radical traditionalist Catholics simply for attending Latin Mass. By electing President Trump, we chose freedom. Freedom to exercise our right to bear arms. There's already work being done, and there's more to come there to undo the damage that has been done for so long that has undermined that fundamental right. By electing President Trump, we chose our right to privacy and the protection of our civil liberties as guaranteed under the Fourth Amendment. Under President Trump, we chose our Declaration of Independence. I'm smiling because I think it was on Thursday, I was there and delivering the intelligence brief to the president, and towards the end of it, he had a couple of guests who were coming in to join him for lunch. And just seeing the pride and excitement that he shared as he wanted to show them the Declaration of Independence that he put on the wall right next to the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. That declaration that reminds us all that all men are created equal, endowed by our Creator, not by anyone in government, but our Creator with certain inalienable rights, among those our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So the historic moment that we live in, it's important sometimes to step away from the noise, to recognize what happened in order to create this opportunity that we have, and therefore to inform the great work that we have ahead of us. You think the campaign was hard, you think what President Trump went through was hard, and it was. The road ahead will not be easy. I can attest personally that in my work as the Director of National Intelligence, the deep state is fighting us every step of the way. And it exists within every single federal agency. And so I feel the same frustration that I see many of you expressing on X or in different platforms about why aren't things going faster? Why aren't we getting results more quickly? I feel this frustration every single day. We are pushing hard. Know that they are pushing hard back. It's okay. We're not going anywhere. We're here to fight for you and to fight for the red, white, and blue that's behind you. We can't do this alone. It will take all of us who love our country and who deeply cherish our freedoms to stand united in this fight. It's going to come with hardship and sacrifice. As you know, it comes with name-calling and smears and lies and attacks. But here's the beautiful thing, is the harder they push back, the more smears and lies that are published in the Washington Post and the New York Times and the Atlantic and many others, the more we know that we are exactly on the target. And on those days where you might feel a little tired and you might feel a little discouraged, and we all get there at some point in time, I go back and think about what President Trump has been through. He has sacrificed more than anyone else. He has been attacked and targeted more than anyone else. And most significantly, 1 year ago tomorrow was the day in Butler, Pennsylvania, when a gunman tried to take his life missing by just a hair. And so on those days when you feel like you're not quite sure if you have any more fight left in you, think back to that day when he popped right up. He was not cowed. He was not afraid. He was not running away. What did he do? He raised his fist and looked at all of the people who were there, just as you are here today. And he said, fight, fight, fight. And that's exactly what we have to continue to do. Not motivated by hate for those who are trying to take our freedoms away, but by love. I know President Trump is motivated deeply by his love for our country. This is where his strength and his resilience comes from. He is motivated deeply by his care for every one of you, every one of us, the American people, and his commitment to make the most of every single day that he has in the White House to bring about this reality of a country where we can live in peace with prosperity and security and freedom for all Americans. This is why I'm so grateful to be able to have earned President Trump's trust and confidence to be able to serve as a member of his cabinet in the role that I am in, because we have a lot of work to do. So the thing I want you to go home with is the knowledge that you, not a single one of you, should underestimate the power of your voice and your energy and your work and your role in bringing about this historic change that we have all embarked on together. Don't let anyone ever tell you that this is not your time, or that you're too young, or maybe you'll go and do something in a few years or 5 or 10 years or 20 years. The time is now. Electing President Trump was just the first step to be able to get to work, to do this important work. It is tough, but it is our purpose that drives us. I'm grateful to have experienced from a young age that I found I was happiest when I was doing things for others, when I was trying to be of service to others, trying my best to be pleasing to God with my life by making a positive impact and being of service to God's children. And that's really what motivated me to choose service as a path for my life. I didn't know what form it would take or where it would take me, but I knew that this is what I wanted to do. And it's taken me through elected office in different arenas and through the military, now for over 20 years, and now as Director of National Intelligence. But I first started when I was 21 years old. And so for any of you who are thinking of running for office, maybe you're being told some of the things I was told. I was 21 and people said, oh, okay, you have a bright future, but you're too young. Maybe you should go and take some more college classes and, I don't know, wait around until somebody feels like you're qualified to go. But I knew that the most important qualification was my desire to serve, to have that positive impact in my community. So I didn't listen to any of them, and I ran and got elected at 21. They told me the same thing when I ran for Congress at 31. Tulsi, you're great. You got a bright future. It's not your time. Come back in 20 years. I had come back from multiple deployments at that point in time, understanding and feeling to my core the cost of war, and knowing that I needed to be in a place to make a greater impact. Where better than at that time in Congress, where I could help to influence some of these decisions about peace and war and share the experiences of my brothers and sisters who I served alongside, my experience, and honor the memories every single day as I continue to do, as Secretary Hegseth does. I know President Trump has the lives and well-being of our service members on his heart every day, knowing the sacrifice that's made. We must remain undeterred. For me, I have always turned to my faith in God in those difficult moments and these challenging times. And finding that strength and that confidence and that peace and that shelter and that courage that can only come from having faith in God's unconditional love for me, and knowing that all I have to do is do my very best every day to be pleasing to Him and have faith that whatever the outcome, it will be His will that is done. So as we forge ahead together, I encourage you to stand strong, to be joyful warriors, to always remember that with God all things are possible. And knowing that we can change our mindset. Somebody brings me a problem, happens on a daily basis. I say, thank you. Good. Now I can solve it. Hard challenge comes my way, or maybe I am having a difficult day. Awesome. It's my opportunity to say, yes, Lord, here I am. Send me. It is inspired by God's unconditional love that we are charged to live and lead and serve in a reflection of His love for all of us, with this eternal gratitude in our hearts for the blessings and the freedoms that he has and continues to bestow upon every one of us. When I was deployed to Iraq in 2005, I served in a medical unit where there was a sign at one of the main gates where our security patrols, infantry patrols went in and out of every day. And the first day that I saw it and many days thereafter, I was stopped in my tracks because that sign said in big block letters, "Is today the day?" And it was this ever-present reminder, certainly there in a war zone in 2005 during one of the height of that war in Iraq, that any day could be our last. And it was an opportunity to reflect and to pray and to know that I needed to do my best to make every single day count. We look to the tragedy that just happened in Texas. We're at a camp where girls were going, families who were camping over a long holiday weekend, in a moment, they lost their lives in this tragedy. Is today the day? Every single day that we wake up with breath in our bodies, we are blessed with the opportunity to take advantage and make the very most of that day. Today is the day. Today is the day for us to stand up for all that we believe in, stand up for each other, stand up for our country, stand up for our freedom and a future that truly realizes the vision that our founders had for this great country. I'm grateful to stand alongside you in this honorable and just fight. We will make this happen together. Thank you so much, everybody. It's great to see you. God bless you. God bless America. Aloha.
There you have it. There you have it. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of the National Intelligence. Absolutely down to earth. She's not making any controversial news for sure. She's been, like I said, taking a back seat. But, you know, maybe that's good for the administration. Even when the commander-in-chief said some things about her, she never said anything, which that's smart. Anyway, you ready? Here we go. Here we go.
I'm not used to hearing applause when I walk out onto the stage at the office these days. It's all garlic and crucifixes for yours truly.
Yours truly.
Or should I say, how do you do, fellow comrades? That's what they'll be saying in New York City soon enough, right? You know, I'm not sure why people are mad at me on these cable panels all the time. I'm just a designated driver at a party where everybody else is trying to crash the country into a ditch. I don't know whether I'm the Caitlin Clark of CNN or she's the Scott Jennings of the WNBA. Either way, we take a lot of abuse, but we score a lot of points along the way. I actually admire her, but I don't get it. They finally found someone who can make a layup and sell tickets. And their reaction is, let's see how smart she is after we gouge her eyes out. The trick to being a good pundit, it's also good advice for life. Just tell the truth and keep smiling. You'd be shocked at how few people can do it. But I'm not here today to talk about cable news or basketball. I'm here to talk about something bigger, about what's happening in the heartland of America. I'm here to talk about the revolution of common sense. That's the title of my upcoming book, and the phrase is courtesy of Donald J. Trump. And I wrote it, absolutely. And I wrote it because half the country deserves a defense of perhaps the greatest opening 6 months of any presidential term ever. And because I am tired of mindless liberals telling me every night, any day now, you all are all going to regret your votes from last November. Does a single person in this hall wish you could hop in a hot tub time machine and go back to November and vote for Kamala Harris or that buffoon Tim Walz? Hell no. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I voted for. This is what we voted for. I wrote this book because I'm tired of gender studies majors lecturing welders about economics. I'm tired of condescending garbage from a political party that cares more about dudes who want to be women than dudes who just want to be dudes. The truth of the matter is, in America, common sense is back. And it's not coming from the people who pump out the narratives and the BS. It's coming from places like this, from the grassroots, from middle America, from the bottom up, from people like our friend Charlie, and from every single person in this room. And who kicked this revolution into high gear? Who turned common sense into a battle cry? Who campaigned without flinching and who governs without apology? The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Now, here's a reality check for my colleagues. The President's having the best 6 months of any president of the modern era. His policies reinforce and advance the conservative movement, and they put America back on track. We encourage work instead of government dependence. We prioritize American citizens over illegal aliens. We secure the border instead of pretending that it doesn't exist. We unleash American energy instead of bottling it up. We keep taxes low on the people who actually pay them, the working men and women of this country, from the assembly lines to the barber shops, to the diners, to the garbage trucks, to the farmers in the fields. Hardworking Americans that just want to get up and go to work, provide for their families, make their lives a little bit better without being condescended to by the elites in Washington, D.C. They now have a champion in the White House. Oh, and by the way, he's delivering world peace along the way. The Middle East, Africa. For God's sakes, give this man the Nobel Peace Prize already. And he's doing it all in the face of a hysterical opposition that has not recovered from the trauma of last November. Let's see. The Clintons, the Obamas, feel free to boo along. The Bidens, the Harrises, the never-Trumpers, the leftist media, the narratives, the lies, the political information distribution complex. Gone, 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 gone. All thanks to our president, Donald Trump. But here's the best part. He's not alone. He's got a movement. It's young, it's smart, and it's hungry to win. Now, judging by the statements of some of my sparring partners lately, the left is panicked. Why? Because you aren't playing by their rules anymore. They want you to sit down and shut the F up. They want you to stay in your lane. Little did they realize that you would build your own road and go right through them. You all stand unapologetically for free speech in the places that they thought they owned. And Trump is bringing radical campuses like Harvard, Columbia, and UPenn to heel as we speak. Now, let me be blunt and give you a direct message. We cannot concede any ground, not an inch, not a campus, not a corporate hallway, not a school board, not a TV network, not a single corner of our culture will we concede. And certainly not a dictionary, which is under assault from people who think words and DNA no longer have any meaning. Trump scares these people to death because they know he's going right around them, straight to the American people. Our old cultural and political emperors have no clothes. Now it's just a hateful, buck-naked mob, desperate to regain some relevance. But the thing I learned, and I have learned, is never ever give an inch to this mob. Everyone learns sooner or later. No appeasement is ever enough. But you know what scares them even more, I think, than Trump? It's actually young conservatives with microphones, cameras, facts, and no fear. They thought they could cancel you. You fought back. They thought they could silence you. You got louder. They thought you'd eventually give in and give up. But it looks to me like you're just getting started. They thought when Trump was gone, their nightmare would be over. Nope. This is how we win. Not by hiding, but by marching right into the heart of their spaces and saying with a smile, we're here to tell the truth, and the truth shall set us all free. Let me say this clearly. Western civilization is not a crime. It is a miracle from God. It is the worldview that gave us liberty, dignity, reason, beauty, and yes, our common sense. But it is under assault. The barbarians are at the gate. It's our job to defend it. You are the vanguard. You are the next chapter in this American story, the heirs to the Minutemen and the patriots who gave us this country in the first place. And with Donald Trump back in office, you have a president who believes in you. So let's keep going. Let's fight for the dignity of work. Let's defend the necessity of borders. Let's stand up for women instead of deviling and devaluing them. Let's build a future that rewards truth and talent instead of identity politics. And let's remind every radical university president and professor, every smug pundit, every one of these free Palestine yahoos, every never-Trumper who threw in with the enemies of Western civilization, we're not going anywhere. You know, my first job as a teenager back home in Kentucky was taking care of people's yards. I'm still in that business over at CNN. Mowing down fake narratives, trimming the hedges of hysteria, planting the seeds of common sense. And friends, I can report to you today that business is good. I want to thank Charlie for this invitation. I want to say God bless you. I want to say God bless this movement. I want to say God bless our president and God bless the United States of America.
There you have it. God bless the United States of America. Scott Jennings. Okay. We have one more. Guess who? Like the 45th, now the 47th would say, the Secretary of War. Here we go. Pete Hegseth. Uh-oh.
Well, let me tell you something. Those B-2 pilots in Missouri hear you loud and clear. Hey, what an honor it is to be here. I am so grateful. I want to thank Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. I didn't just show up here now. I've been here year after year because I believe so deeply in the mission of what you all represent. So give it up for Charlie Kirk, please. Obviously, this job, my day job, is the greatest professional honor I've had in my life. The opportunity to lead and serve our warriors. It's incredible. But let me start by saying, and a little bit of a message to all of you, because I'm looking out at the future of America. I think I might be looking out at some future warriors out here. And we'll get to that in a moment. I hope some of you do choose that path to raise your right hand to defend the Constitution and defend the nation, because we're going to need it. But at the same time, as I focus on, getting our military back on track and doing that job and serving the greatest commander-in-chief our country has had, we also have to remind ourselves priorities, that ultimately we serve God first, And that's the first question I ask myself every day. Am I honoring God with my actions? Am I putting him first? And I think no matter how big your job is or how big your challenges are you seeking him in the word and in prayer? That's how the day needs to start, because everything else goes sideways when it doesn't. And then number two is serving your family, remembering what it's all about. My wife and daughter are here somewhere in the fog, but our 6 other kids, one of which is 15 and other of which are 14, they could and should be in this audience, and they will be soon. How am I serving them? How am I directing them and giving them the perspective that all of you have about their Lord and Savior and about this country and about the threats we face and their duty to do something about it? That's my job as a father and as a husband. So yes, we're fighting for our country, but God and family come first, and I hope you remember that in all of your great pursuits, in everything that you focus on in your own life. I have had the incredible opportunity, and I wish everyone here get a chance to be in the Oval Office, and you see him because he's the most transparent president we've ever had. But to watch President Trump, whether it's the Oval Office or the Situation Room or in foreign countries, he does so much, but ultimately his willingness to put America first, apply common sense, and execute peace through strength is the core of what I get a chance to see every day. And by the way, you don't get peace without the strength part. And that's my department, the strength department. And so I actually think we lead at the Defense Department, or maybe soon to be the Department of War, for all the right reasons. We lead the biggest peace department in the world. Our job is to be strong and ready and lethal so that you never have to use us. And if you use us, our capabilities are so overwhelming, our threat so looming, that we're able to conclude that mission swiftly and violently to the interests of the United States, or not have to use us at all. So the peace is preserved and deterrence sticks. And I'll never forget President Trump, when he chose me for this job, the first thing he said to me, he said, Pete, you're going to have to be tough. I can't even say the word, because it's a young crowd, 15, 16, tough as you know what. Tough as you know what. And I said, yes, sir. And boy, was he right. But the next thing he said to me was, Pete, I need you to restore the warrior ethos. I need you to get the military back to basics. We were distracted. Absolutely. Our military, under previous administrations, especially Obama, but then Joe Biden more recently, were distracted by experiments, effectively, in ideology and social justice and social engineering, in climate change, and take DEI, CRT, genderism, you name it. Influences were pushed into our formations in ways that made doing our job that much more complicated and difficult. So from day one, we have declared that DEI is dead at DOD. We're going back to gender neutral, colorblind, merit-based performance standards. We do readiness, we do accountability, we do warfighting, we do lethality, we don't do social experiments. We don't do politics. I don't care in my formations. I mean, I have my political views and you have yours. But I don't care in my formation if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Do you love the country? Have you sworn oath to defend the Constitution? And how good are you at your job? And my job is for you to be prepared in that mission. That's it. It's a back to basics moment, and we've seen the response from young Americans like this crowd has been historic. Recruiting months and months ahead of where it's been under the previous administration. By the way, under the previous administration, they lowered the recruiting goals so they could look like they were filling the ranks, but they actually couldn't even meet the lowered recruiting goals. And this administration, with higher recruiting goals, we're beating them 4 to 5 months ahead of time because the American people want to serve. They want to serve under a commander-in-chief that has their back. And that's why between the Army and the Marine Corps, the Navy, Space Force, Air Force, all are at historic levels of recruiting. I used to call it the Trump bump. That doesn't work anymore. It's a tsunami of response from the American people. And we're grateful that you would entrust with us your greatest resource, which is your young men and women willing to put their life on the line in uniform for the country. We are always going to need that in this nation. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. And the face of eternal vigilance are those men and women in camouflage willing to stand a watch on behalf of everyone here, giving up the best years of their life because they believe in something greater than themselves. They know we have rights endowed not by government, but by a creator. You see, our warriors understand we're about to celebrate America 250, which is incredible. But our warriors understand you never get 1776 without 1775, when the first Americans picked up their rifle and said, "This I will defend." Ideas are important. They're critically important if you look at the difference between this administration and the previous. Ideas are what Turning Point's all about. Back to basics, our founding principles. But if you're not able to defend those principles, you give them away, either to foreign enemies or domestic ideologies that have a very different view of our country. And so at the DOD, we're back to basics, to the Constitution. We don't do politics. We do war fighting on behalf of the American people to keep everybody safe. Sound good? We're also rebuilding our military in ways that President Trump did in his first term. Under Obama and Biden, the military was gutted, not just with bad ideologies, but with insufficient funding and capabilities. President Trump's changed that. The One Big Beautiful Bill gave $150 billion in additional spending to DOD. We have the first $1 trillion defense budget. Listen, let me tell you, I'm a fiscal hawk like a lot of people in here too. I want to make sure taxpayer dollars are used wisely. And that's why I think DOGE and entities like that have been used as efficiently or even more aggressively in DOD than anywhere else. Because every dollar I can find in savings is a dollar I can reinvest in warfighting and readiness and capabilities, in the pointy end of the spear. So we've found tens of billions of dollars in savings that contracts we've eliminated, green initiatives that are gone, that we move over to President Trump's priorities. So when you look at Golden Dome for America, protecting the homeland, you look at the F-47, the world's first 6th generation fighter jet. Drones, long-range fires, hypersonics, the way of war is changing. Our job is to see around the corner for you. Because, you know, those B-2 pilots, and by the way, the mechanics and the refuelers and the fighters, and pilots don't fly themselves. It's like anything else. No one in the military serves themselves. A huge family and community supports them. But those B-2 pilots were able to fly in an exquisite machine 37 hours around the world because some American that I've never met 40 or 50 years ago designed that fighter, that bomber, was willing to spend political capital and effort and time to fund it and acquire it and field it so that a future president they'll never meet has maximum latitude and decision space to execute on behalf of the American people. My job is to work with our team to look the same way. What does war fighting of the future look like so that you and your kids and your grandkids in future America have the capabilities they need to be decisive and overwhelming on the battlefield? So it's not just about the wars of today and how successful are we today, but are we making the tough calls? See, it's easy to be aggressive and forward-leaning in this position when you have a boss in President Trump who puts a giant shield over you. And that's what it is. He ultimately is willing to take the slings and arrows. He's literally taking the shots so that the rest of us can go into our departments and say, now is the time to do what needs to be done. Make the difficult decisions that, politicians in the past or bureaucrats in the past pushed aside because they were difficult. Now's the time to make those tough calls for you, for my kids, for your kids, your grandkids. So it's restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military, and then reestablishing deterrence. I talked a little bit about deterrence, but we started this administration, unfortunately, in a hole, with 4 years of deferred maintenance on the world stage. What happened in Afghanistan, the disastrous and tragic withdrawal of what happened there reverberated around the world. The world saw wokeness and weakness, not because of our warfighters, but because of political decisions. In ways that, President Trump never would have executed something like that. Conditions-based is something everyone understands. But because of that, you had follow-on actions like the invasion in Ukraine, again, a war that wouldn't have started under President Trump. Or you had what happened in October 7th with Hamas in Israel. The world thought America wasn't prepared to stand strong because of the actions we had taken, and then all the woke garbage that was happening behind the scenes inside the department. The world took notice and said, wait, America's investing in electric tanks. That doesn't make much sense. Where do you plug those in the Middle East? There's climate, they just didn't see a serious administration or serious leadership. So deterrence eroded, which means other actors filled the void. President Trump showed up and said, peace through strength is back through American leadership. Not through adventurism or interventionism or nation building, none of that. But through a clear-eyed, realistic view of the world that when we are strong and our objectives are clear and our enemies know where we stand and our allies know that they stand with them, the world is a more peaceful and secure place, which benefits all of us here at home. And by the way, guess where that starts? That starts at home. That starts with our southern border. That starts with ending the invasion of 21 million illegals. That starts with recognizing the military, the Defense Department plays a role in that. My generation spent 2 decades in Iraq and Afghanistan and elsewhere defending other people's borders. It's about time we defend our own. Which is why you've already seen historic lows in crossings on the southern border. We've got over 10,000 troops stationed there through new national defense areas. If you're arrested on the border in those national defense areas, you are committing a crime. You will be charged and deported. And when you meet these troops on the border, they're excited to be executing a mission on behalf of their country, defending the homeland. So deterrence starts in stopping that invasion. And we're supporting ICE agents in Los Angeles and elsewhere, ensuring they're safe in their duty. Of course, the media goes crazy. Oh my goodness, the Defense Department is deploying No. ICE should have the ability to do its job in any city of America without being attacked. And if they're being attacked, their partners at the Defense Department are proud to stand alongside them to secure them, their facilities, or their agents in the execution of lawful law enforcement. It's something we're willing to do, and we are doing on behalf of the mandate of the American people. But it's also the reestablishing of deterrence around the globe. And that's why what happened through Operation Midnight Hammer was so important. By the way, a mission from the beginning, President Trump set the tone of what that would look like, the effects that would happen. He understood exactly, and our job was simply to execute and to watch the skilled and courageous men and women of our military from beginning to end, from the situation room to the maps to the trajectories to hearing the radio calls. I wish everybody could hear that and see that. It makes you so proud to be an American. And it reestablishes an understanding from the world of what we're capable of. No other country on earth could even remotely do what those pilots did. Plan, coordinate, facilitate, refuel midair, dozens of times. 7 jets going one way, 2 deceiving the world the other way. Everybody thought it was going that way. You zig, you zag. Fly over Iran, they never see you, they don't shoot, you disable enemy capabilities, and you get out of Dodge. Or as President Trump says, he said, skedaddle. You skedaddle. That is a specific military doctrinal term now. That was not just a message to Iran's nuclear capabilities, it was a message to all of our adversaries and all of our allies that American leadership and strength is back. We've also sent the message to the world through what President Trump has done in Europe and through NATO that the era of freeloading off America is also over. I'm a big fan of alliances, and we're a proud member of NATO. But an alliance can't just be about flags and conferences. It needs to be about formations and capabilities. Military alliances only work when you have actual hard power to bring to bear. And only because of President Trump is Europe stepping up and spending now what was inconceivable. Many of these countries were spending 1% on defense just in his first term. But because of President Trump's leadership, they're committed now to spending 5% of GDP on defense, which means they lead the way and we don't have to do it for them. So in closing, I just want to never forget that the motto of our great country, when I got criticism for starting a monthly prayer service at the Department of Defense, voluntary prayer service, I reminded our friends in the media, the motto of our country is, "In God we trust." That the military has a long heritage of being on bended knee, appealing to heaven in the most impossible of situations. God's providence brought us here. Our founders understood that. So I want to commend you for being in these seats, for having the leadership that you have in your high schools, in your colleges, in your communities, for having the courage of your convictions to stand up and lead based on your principles. That is leadership. That is putting America first. That is showing strength, and I commend you for that. But I also hope, on behalf of a new and improved Department of Defense, that you will also take a look at serving your country, that you will consider the incredible lineage. Let me tell you something. I've never met someone who served, it's very few and far between, who regrets the day that they raised their right hand to defend their nation and try to test themselves to see whether they can stand up to the legacy of previous generations. Now, it's my job and it's President Trump's job to make sure we use those troops properly, that they're properly trained, that they have a clear mission, a limited objective that everyone understands. And they've got the best equipment in the world, which President Trump is providing. But what we really need are the best young Americans. So thank you for being here. God bless our warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
There you have it. Pete Hegseth. All right. With that being said, God is the greatest. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And of course, believe in Almighty God. God is the greatest. America is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. Remember this. You are an American first before you are a Republican or a Democrat. Okay, so it's not party over country. It is country over party. So everybody come together. All right, come together, promote unity. It is the United States of America. All right. Love you guys. Shout out to our esteemed members. Shout out to Dr. Luke, the GOAT. God bless you, the GOAT. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Ringmaster. Shout out to Sandra. Shout out to Ingraham. God bless you. And of course, shout out to our moderators, MVP C. Shelley. God bless you, C. Shelley. She's probably taking a nap right now. God bless you to C. Shelley for sure. Terry Vinings was here, I think, some hours ago. Shout out to Terry, the Bama girl. And of course, Zyro's Garden. God bless you, Zyro. You know what time it is. Okay, with that being said, everybody, Derek. Shout out to Derek, man. God bless you, Derek. Shout out to Derek. All right, who else we got? Rain Promo, yo. Shout out to Rain Promo. God bless you, Rain Promo. All right, who else, man? Esther M. God bless you. Who else is here? Shout out time before we leave. Marina. Who else? David. Man, everybody, thank you for tuning in. You guys are awesome. Don't forget, people are going through hard things in life, okay? Please be kind, okay? You just never know. Some people are one paycheck away from being homeless. So please be kind to your fellow sisters and brothers, all right? Shout out to the veterans. Shout out to the military personnel. Thank you for your service. Thank you for protecting the homeland. Shout out to law enforcement. Shout out to Ice Baby. God bless you guys one more time. Life is hard, yes, but God is your strength, okay? Everybody's dealing with something, all right? Some people are dealing with a loss of a loved one. Some people are dealing with mental issues. Some people are dealing with loneliness. A lot of things are going on that you would not imagine. So please, don't give up, okay? And be kind to your fellow brothers and sisters. God is your strength, everybody. God bless you. God bless the United States. It is your boy, Genesis, and this is the Genesis Show. Love you guys. See you soon.